Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. Dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi di masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif. Petualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan. Mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future.
Tahu nggak sih teman-teman kalau Fakultas Agama Islam itu salah satu fakultas tertua loh di UMM? Nah, Fakultas Agama Islam sendiri mempunyai visi untuk menjadi fakultas yang terkemuka dalam pengembangan dan pengamalan ilmu-ilmu keislaman di tingkat internasional pada tahun 2030.
Teman-teman tahu nggak sih, Fakultas Agama Islam mempunyai 4 program studi, yang masing-masing program studinya memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas menunjang dalam proses akademik. Yuk kita telusuri.
Nah, Prodi PAI ini menjadi salah satu prodi awal ketika Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang didirikan dengan nama Jurusan Pendidikan Agama. Prodi PAI sejak diberlakukan sistem akreditasi selalu mendapatkan akreditasi A dan saat ini telah terkonversi juga ke peringkat unggul. Untuk menunjang pembelajaran, Prodi PAI dilengkapi dengan laboratorium microteaching yang memfasilitasi pelaksanaan praktikum dan magang. Lab microteaching juga mendukung pembelajaran hybrid. Klik Mengajar, salah satu sarana belajar mahasiswa berbasis web dihadirkan untuk memudahkan mahasiswa. Berbagai informasi dan media pembelajaran dapat diakses di dalam aplikasi ini, sehingga mahasiswa dapat belajar di mana saja dan kapan saja.
Prodi yang selanjutnya adalah Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam. Prodi yang satu ini juga sudah terakreditasi A loh teman-teman. Selain itu, prodi ini juga sudah mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti ruang sidang semu. Biasanya, ruangan ini digunakan untuk membantu mahasiswanya dalam melakukan praktek beracara di persidangan yang bertujuan untuk menunjang kompetensi bagi lulusan-lulusannya. Ada juga ruangan advokat di mana mahasiswa dapat mempraktekkan bagaimana cara memberikan konsultasi hukum sebagai seorang advokat. Oh iya, mahasiswanya juga melakukan praktek akad nikah loh teman-teman, sebagai salah satu praktek dari mata kuliahnya. Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam juga mempunyai alat astrofotografi untuk menunjang salah satu praktek mata kuliahnya, yaitu ilmu falak. Alat ini digunakan untuk mempelajari tentang perputaran benda langit dalam menentukan awal bulan Komariah.
Program studi selanjutnya adalah Ekonomi Syariah. Program studi ini berdiri sejak tahun 2012 loh teman-teman. Dan prodi ini mempunyai konsentrasi peminatan di bidang keuangan syariah, akuntansi syariah, dan manajemen syariah. Visi Ekonomi Syariah menjadi program studi terkemuka tingkat nasional tahun 2030 dalam mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Misi Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ekonomi syariah jenjang strata 1 berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam, mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi syariah berbasis riset, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam ilmu ekonomi syariah yang dapat menunjang kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran, serta mengembangkan kerjasama dengan pihak lain yang saling menguntungkan dalam pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah. Alumni-alumni Prodi Ekonomi Syariah juga telah diterima di berbagai instansi seperti instansi pemerintahan, BUMN dan perusahaan nasional serta internasional, dan banyak juga yang telah berkarir mandiri di bisnis startup. Prodi ini juga sudah memfasilitasi bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan penelitian dengan menyediakan jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi Sinta 2. Nah, yang terakhir nih teman-teman, ada program studi pendidikan bahasa Arab. Program studi ini didirikan pada tahun 2014. Prodi ini mempunyai tujuan untuk memberikan solusi terhadap berbagai persoalan pengembangan pembelajaran bahasa Arab di Indonesia. Program studi ini juga sudah dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti laboratorium komputer, yang dapat digunakan mahasiswa untuk merancang media pembelajaran. Lalu, laboratorium bahasa Arab yang digunakan mahasiswanya untuk melatih kemahiran dalam berbahasa Arab sehari-hari. Selain belajar tentang kebahasaan dan pendidikan bahasa Arab, di Prodi Bahasa Arab kita juga bisa belajar bagaimana menjadi guide dan praktik langsung di dunia usaha.
Nah, udah tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM? Yuk, buruan join!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan satu dari 10 fakultas yang dimiliki Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Visi FKIP menjadi Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan yang terkemuka di dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan seni bertaraf internasional berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Terdapat 6 program studi di bawah naungan FKIP, yaitu Pendidikan Bahasa Indonesia, Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, Pendidikan Biologi, Pendidikan Matematika, Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, dan Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar yang memiliki profil lulusan utama sebagai guru pemula di tingkat SD, SMP, maupun SMA. Selain itu juga terdapat program studi profesi, yaitu pendidikan profesi guru dengan profil lulusan guru profesional di tingkat SD, SMP, dan SMA. Untuk mewujudkan profil lulusan tersebut, salah satu bentuk layanan yang kami berikan kepada mahasiswa adalah menyediakan sarana dan prasarana sebagai pendukung kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik. Mari kita saksikan sarana dan prasarana yang ada di FKIP Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
ICEdu 2023. Thank you. And to welcome all of you, our honorable guests and participants, we would like to present traditional dance performance by students community of UMM, UKM Tari Sangsekarta. Junduk Menur traditional dance is a form of symbolism of beauty and charming woman, and she's the most beautiful girl among the surrounding of neighborhood. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome Junduk Menur traditional dance performance. dance performance. Thank you, Bapak Ibu. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished delegates of ICEdu 2023. On behalf of the committee, I would like to welcome everyone to International Conference on Education 2023, conducted by Teacher Training and Education Faculty and Islamic Studies Faculty, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, and co-hosted by Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Universitas Jember, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, and Universitas Darussalam Gontor. May I have a round of applause one more time for this loving morning? Thank you very much. It's an honor for me. My name is Rahmania Santoso to be the master of ceremony for this loving morning. And first of all, please allow me to express our gratitude and warm welcome to the Honorable Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Syamsul Arifin. Good morning. Vice Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, Ibu Dr. Sugiyarti, and also Bapak Bayu Hendro Wicaksono, PhD. Thank you for coming. The Dean of Islamic Studies Faculty, Bapak Dr. Khozin, MSI. And I also would like to welcome our keynote speakers, Professor Stella Christie, PhD, Associate Professor Dr. Zulnaidi Yaakob, and also our invited speaker, Mr. Moniruz Zaman, Dr. Rina Wahyu Setianingrum, MED, Associate Professor Ivi Sarahme Berowa, PhD, Mr. Pradana Boy ZTF, PhD, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamrul Hasan, and also Mr. Ahdi Hasan, MSc. And of course, I would like to extend our gratitude to all of the delegates of ICEdu 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is reciting Holy Quran. Mr. Sofian Alvaro, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dzalikumullahu rabbukum la ilaha illa hu khaliqu kulli syai'in fa'buduhu wa huwa ala kulli syai'in wakil. La tudrikuhul absar wa huwa yudrikul absar. Wa huwal latiful khabir. Qad ja'akum basairu فمن أبصر فلنفسه ومن عمي فعليها وما أنا عليكم بحفيظ وما أنا عليكم بحفيظ صدق الله العظيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Sofyan, for the heartwarming Quran recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to ask you to sing Indonesia National Anthem Indonesia Raya and Muhammadiyah Anthem Sang Surya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Indonesia Raya. Muhammadiyah Anthem Sang Surya. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Ms. Erlina Abidasari, MA MED, as the head of the committee to come to the stage for delivering the event report.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome everyone. The Honorable, the Vice Rector for Academic and Al-Islam Muhammadiyah Study, Professor Dr. Syamsul Arifin, MSI, the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the representative of the Faculty of Islamic Studies, the head and also the secretary of the Scientific Publication Development Institute, all the co-host university partners, and also the participants. Good morning. Being recognized as one of the leading world-class Islamic university, the international exposure at Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang has grown tremendously. Our first international conference on education 2022 was the beginning of our commitment to international academic collaboration. It was held as the part of international conference of the Faculty of Teacher Training Education and also the Faculty of Islamic Studies at UMM. This year, the second ICEdu carries the theme Empowering Education Excellence, Trends and Insights for the Better Professionalism. This theme underpins the importance of cultivating continuous and also high-quality education in response to the ever-evolving challenges of the world of education. This conference serves as the platform for education stakeholders, academicians, practitioners, policymakers, as well as public, to engage in meaningful discourse on the latest development in education. Our objective this year is to explore trends and insights that can elevate professionalism. In this landscape, ICEdu emerged as the timely and persistent forum for knowledge sharing, deepening our understanding and also establishing networks and also strengthening education for our brighter future. The successful conduct of this conference would not have been possible without the contributions of various universities, nationally and internationally. We are pleased to announce that a total of 59 papers were presented at this conference, featuring authors from diverse backgrounds, including the lecturers, researchers, teachers, and also postgraduate students from countries such as the Philippines, Malaysia, China, Netherlands, Bangladesh, Canada, and Indonesia. We also extend our sincere gratitude to our keynote speaker, Professor Stella Christie, PhD, from Tsinghua University, China, and also Associate Professor Dr. Zunaidi Yaakob from University Science Malaysia, as well as to all of our invited speakers. Their willingness to share their latest insights in the field of general and Islamic education has enriched our conference. We also would like to extend our appreciation to our co-host universities, Universitas Wijaya Kusuma Surabaya, Universitas Jember, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, and Universitas Darussalam Gontor, We hope that this collaborative endeavor will mark the beginning of a more extensive and high-quality collaboration in publication and also research. Lastly, we wish to express our deepest gratitude to all of the organizing committee whose effort and contribution have been significant in conducting this conference. May all of our hard work serve as light that shower us with blessing, and to all of the participants, enjoy the conference, enjoy UMM, enjoy Malang. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Erlina, for delivering the report. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Professor Syamsul Arifin, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs and the Development of Al-Islam and Muhammadiyah Studies of UMM, for the opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Rahmania Santosa or Mbak Ocha. Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Innal hamdalillah, la haula wala quwwata illa billah, asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh la nabiyya ba'dah. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amin. Amma ba'du. The Honorable the Rector Assistant Mr. Suparto, beside Pak Parto, the Rector Assistant, he is also my English teacher. Almost every day, I learn English with the Pak Parto, and also with the others lecture from the English department. Thank you, Pak Parto, because my English much better than the past. And the Honorable, the Dean or of the Vice Dean from the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Bu Sugarti, Pak Bayu, and maybe the Vice Dean from my faculty. Is there here? The Faculty of Islamic Studies? No? Yeah. And the Honorable, the distinguished speakers, Professor Stella Christie, PhD from China. He will attend online to deliver his speech, her speech, via online. And then the speaker from Malaysia, Professor Dr. Zuhaidi Yaakob. And the speaker from Canada, his name is Moniruz Zaman. Is correct, Pak Parto, yeah? And we have also the speaker from Philippines, Associate Professor Ivi Sarah Maibarova Arimau, PhD. And also from Pakistan, Dr. Adi Hassan. And the last but not least, the speaker from our university, Pradana Boy. He is Vice Dean for the Academic Affairs. His master from NU, Australian National University at Canberra, and his PhD from NUS, National University of Singapore, and he is expert about the Islamic law. And my colleague, Bu Fardini from the Scientific Publication and Development Institute, also the Secretary, Pak Mas Tommy, yeah? And all of the participants, thank you for the committee because inviting me and providing me the nice stage, on behalf of the rector to deliver the opening remark to all of the participants. So, on behalf of the rector, welcome to Malang, welcome to the hotel. It is the one of the business unit owned by UMM. I can count how many business units we have. Maybe more than 10 business units here that we have. We have the hospital, we have the water park, we have also the SPBU, yeah. What in English SPBU? Gas station, yeah. Gas station, yeah. Not too far from here, just one step to jump, yeah, from here, yeah. And also we have the mosque. Mosque, I think, also the unit business, because sometimes mosque used for the akad nikah, yeah. Akad nikah, ya. Jadi juga dapat menghasilkan duit. Ya. So, once again, welcome to UMM, to Malang. And the second, I would like to express my appreciation to the committee, to the two faculty, that is Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, and the Faculty of Islamic Studies, because they can work smart and develop the collaboration so that the conference can implement well. I think, as we know, we can take some beneficial from this conference. One is, conference is our forum to share, to disseminate our paper, our finding research is very important for us as a lecturer. And the second, I hope with this forum we can develop, we can create the collaboration with not only with the house here, with the co-host. As mentioned in this report, the co-host for the conference is from Universitas Widya Kusuma Surabaya. Okay, thank you Bu, selamat datang, sugeng rawuh ya. And then Universitas Jember. What is the Universitas Jember? Oh, in the way, yeah, okay. And from Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, the pinky, yeah. All of you wearing the pinky clothes. Yeah, okay, thank you. And the last but not least, Universitas Darussalam Gontor. Ahlan wa sahlan bidhurikum. Kam anfar min al-Jami'ah Gontor? Salasa, illa salasa. Masya Allah. Jadi saya juga kadang-kadang pakai bahasa Arab ya. So, and the last, I hope you enjoy the seminar and the conference, and I hope, I think I often repeat my statement. I hope this conference, it is the second, but I hope it is not the last. Yeah. So I hope to the two faculty, the Faculty of Islamic Studies and also for the teacher training and education to keep maintain, so we can meet again in the next years, maybe in Surabaya, in Jember, or on Gorontalo, or in Gondar. Thank you, that's all. And let's saying Basmalah together to start this conference. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Shamsul. Could you please remain on the stage? I would like to invite the Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Ibu Sugiyarti, and also Bapak Bayu, to come to the stage to accompany Prof. Shamsul to hit the traditional gong as a symbol to open this event. Oke, Begi. Next round, Pak Bayu. Okay, thank you very much. Please give a round of applause for the opening ceremony. Prof. Syamsul, please have your seat. And Pak Bayu and also Bu Sugiyarti, could you please remain on the stage? I would like to invite Prof. Syamsul, you can, please have your seat. Thank you. I would like to invite the representatives of Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, and also Universitas Darussalam Gontor as our co-host to come to in front of the stage. We would like to invite the Dean, the Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education to conferring the certificate to our co-hosts. Okay, so Ibu Sugiyarti and also Bapak Bayu, could you please conferring the certificate to our co-hosts from Tarbiyah Fakulti Universitas Darussalam Gontor, represented by Dr. Azmi Zarkashi, MA. May I have a round of applause for the conferring of the certificate? Thank you. And the next, from Language and Science Faculty, Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Surabaya, represented by Dr. Kaswadi M. Hum. Thank you. And last but not least, from Literature and Culture Faculty, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, represented by Mr. Muhammad Syahrun Ibrahim, PhD. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak Bapak dan Ibu. Yes, please have, we would like to take a group photo together. Could you please come to Prof. Syamsul and Pak Parto. Ibu Fardini also. Ibu Fardini. Okay, is it enough? Thank you very much. Thank you for our co-hosts, and thank you for the opening ceremony. Okay, we would like to continue by souvenir handling from Universitas Darussalam Gontor to Ibu Sugiyarti. Please come to the stage once again, Ibu. Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak Universitas Darussalam Gontor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may we continue to the main event. This is the first session of the presentation and will be delivered by our keynote speaker, Professor Stella Christie, PhD. And the session will be guided by Mr. Jarum, MED. Time is yours.
Do I start or is there an introduction?
Please wait.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. All right, so everybody, now we come to the fourth session of our agenda today. That's the presentation by Professor Stella Christie, PhD. Good morning, Professor.
Selamat pagi. Yeah. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you very much for having your time here. All right. Without having a long time, I would like to introduce a little about Professor Stella Christie, PhD. She was actually born in Medan, Indonesia, but now she is the professor in Tsinghua University in China. So for the complete introductions, I think Professor Stella Christie will, okay, thank you. Yeah, will introduce by herself. Selamat pagi, Bu Stella. I hope you still remember bahasa Indonesia.
Saja.
All right. So everybody, please welcome our speaker today, Professor Stella Christie, PhD. Professor, you have 30 minutes to present your materials, and then after that we continue with the question and answer session for 10 minutes. Is it okay, Professor?
Yes.
All right. Professor, you now have the floor. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi kepada rekan-rekan saya yang terhormat, para akademis. Good morning to everyone. I was asked to give this speech and to give the talk in English. So I will be giving the talk in English, but of course I am Indonesian. I was born and grew up in Indonesia. But I did my education in the US. But yes, like still 100% Indonesian, and my passport is still Indonesian. In fact, I just returned from Jakarta this morning. I only arrived at 7 a.m. in Beijing after a long night flight, and so it's quite a journey to make it here. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to participate and give a keynote speech at this international conference on education. So my team, I hope you can see my screen well, is education in the era of artificial intelligence. I will start with an introduction. I was a professor, a tenured associate professor in Swarthmore College, United States. Swarthmore College is a very well-known liberal arts university. It's usually ranked 3. It's a top 3, a very competitive and very elite liberal arts university. I was there from 2012 to 2018. And currently, and then after I got my tenure, I moved to Tsinghua University. Tsinghua University is located in Beijing, China. Tsinghua University, some of you may not have heard about it, but it is actually a very top-ranked university in the entire world. So currently, this year, Tsinghua University is ranked 12 in the world. It is number 1 in Asia. And it's ranked 12 in the whole world. I'm a professor and a research chair at Tsinghua University from between 2018 and now. I have a lot of collaborations to Indonesia. Just last week, I was actually invited by Pak Menteri Luhut Binsar Panjaitan to give a speech at the ITDEL, at the University ITDEL in Balige, Indonesia. So that was also a meeting with Pak Erlangga Hartanto. So we were discussing about there's a lot of collaborations between Tsinghua University and Indonesia that's happening right now. And actually, just 7 days ago, I also hosted the governor of Bank of Indonesia, Pak Peri Warjio, who came to Tsinghua University and give lecture and just sign an MOU with Tsinghua University. So Pak Peri and I also had a conversation about educating. So I guess an international conference on education, about educating the Bank of Indonesia's employees, actually. So that's just a little bit about where I work now. I'm gonna just tell very, very briefly about my background. So I am an academic, of course. I'm a researcher and a scientist. So I'm a cognitive scientist. I don't directly work in education, but what I do is related to education. So I am a basic science researcher. I ask fundamental questions about the mind. I ask questions about where does our knowledge come from and how do we learn what we know. And in my research, I do my investigations interdisciplinarily. So this is why there are these pictures, because in my research, I use humans, particularly young infants and young children, because I need to know the origins of knowledge. And then I compare this with animals like chimpanzees, orangutans, and other primates. But as well as artificial intelligence. So my research is interdisciplinary and comparing across all kinds of intelligence, whether it's humans, animals, or artificial. And this is just pictures of my laboratory. So this is my laboratory for the children. This is the laboratory for the animals. This is marmoset monkeys. And here are like our computing center. So I do from all these three perspectives. This is all located in Tsinghua University. This is, I'm a research chair, so I'm a professor and as well as a research chair at the Institute of what's called Laboratory of Brain and Intelligence. And I just want to give a short video to introduce to you the kind of research that we do at the Institute of Laboratory of Brain and Intelligence.
What is the biological basis of intelligence? At the HBI, we're tackling science's most difficult and ambitious project, to understand the nature of complex intelligence. Understanding intelligence necessitates interdisciplinary research. Brain, cognition, artificial intelligence. PHBI has world experts in cognition, brain, AI, as well as state-of-the-art research infrastructure under one roof, affording interdisciplinary research synergy in real-time interactions. At the HBI, we have non-human primate research center, brain imaging center, the HBI Child Cognition Center, the HBI Social Interaction Lab, the HBI Center for Brain-Inspired Computing Research. All these supporting international, interdisciplinary, and collaborative working environment. The HBI is unique in bringing three lines of research, brain, cognition, and artificial intelligence under one roof. This visionary strategy places the HBI as a world-class research institute. Join us in our quest to understand the nature of intelligence.
So at my institute, we're trying to understand the biological and computational basis of intelligence. And of course, in doing this basic science research, it has a lot of implication to education, and we do this interdisciplinarily. And so this brings me to the topic of what I want to discuss today. I want to discuss two questions for my talk today. The first question is that AI is so smart. Will humans be replaced by artificial intelligence? So that's the first question. And the second question is that how to educate so humans remain competitive. So let's tackle the first question right away. And I actually would like to tell some good news. And the good news is that AI is actually not as smart as you think. And I want to give just a few examples to let you know that that despite the hype of artificial intelligence in the media and in newspaper, there are actually things that you probably don't know unless you do the research, which I do. That there are a lot of things that seemingly simple for us humans, even for young children, that AI cannot do. So AI can do really amazing things. If you heard about ChatGPT, has played with ChatGPT, it really is amazing. There's no denial, this is really, really amazing. But then sometimes they do blunders that is really shocking. Like if I ask you, what is this? Everybody without failure would know that this is a bus. Of course, if I ask like a 2-year-old, they will also know that this is a bus. There's no question about it. But actually in 2019, the most advanced image recognition artificial intelligence, so actually fails to recognize that this is a bus. And you can probably still see this sometimes to tell the computer that when you are on the website and to tell that you are not a robot, you will be asked to check, please click on the bridge, okay? Or please click on a picture that has a bicycle. You probably never wonder, but why is it that it's so difficult for a computer to actually recognize a bicycle? So there's a long story about that. But the long story short is because image recognition is actually still very difficult. So even though artificial intelligence get millions and billions even sometimes of images, to form a category of what really is a bus or what really is a bicycle, which is very simple for our perceptual system, is actually very difficult for artificial intelligence to abstract what is the category of a bus, such that when the bus is turned upside down like this, the system, artificial intelligence actually still cannot do that. Okay, so let me give you another example that AI is not as smart as you think. So in 2020, Marcus and Davis gave ChatGPT, this is actually ChatGPT, this very simple sentence that you are 8 years old. When you were born, your mother was in Barcelona and your father was in Tokyo. So you were born in, everybody can fill this in. And of course, this is super simple, right? And it might be a shock to you that when ChatGPT 3, at that time it was ChatGPT 3, was asked about this, it was wrong. So ChatGPT 3 actually said, no, it was, you were born in Tokyo, which is clearly wrong because it's supposed to be you were born in Barcelona. You are a very cute baby. So that's an additional. But it cannot do an implicature. So that was in 2020, but actually 3 days ago, there was a paper that came out. And this paper actually still gives a similar thing. Basically, ChatGPT cannot, even the latest ChatGPT and other large language models cannot read the implicatures of a sentence, cannot complete an implicature of a sentence, which for us human reading the implicatures and the logicals of a sentence is very easy. Again, 4-year-olds can do this, and in fact, I have tested 4-year-olds like on this very simple sentence. The third example that I want to give you is another very intriguing example. So currently, artificial intelligence is used a lot in medicine for helping doctors to detect a potential of a disease. And so this is an actual, this is used a lot, probably it's not currently used that much in Indonesia yet, but in the United States, this is used very largely by a lot of medicinal practices to given a particular picture, a particular images, for example, from an X-ray or from a fundoscopy or dermoscopy, this is about a skin, can the artificial intelligence using a lot of data that accumulated to predict the likelihood of a person to develop a particular disease, right? So this is good for predicting, and predicting is very good for medicine, because if you know how to predict, then you're able to do the treatment before the disease gets acute, and that's very helpful. So that's what the computer can do, what the artificial intelligence can do. And in the green, as you see, 0% and 100% is given a particular image, the AI system is asked, what is the likelihood that that person actually will develop a particular disease? So here is a disease about the eye, fundoscopy. So given this image, the AI said 0% of developing it. Given this image, the AI said 100% of developing of in the future, it will develop this. And because of the data, this is from the past, so we know that to check it, and that's correct. Likewise, like this, given this chest X-ray, that's normal. The likelihood of developing a lung cancer is 0.2%, whereas here, if you see this kind of image, that's 99%. Likewise, here, the likelihood of melanoma is 100%. So that's all great. So green means good, and that means the AI is doing well. So far, so good. But here's what's interesting what happened. Then some AI scientists actually did challenge whether the AI goodness of prediction is robust. That means if we change something a little bit, will the AI still be able to predict it correctly? So what it did is that it take the same pictures, but change it by a few pixels. Okay, so change it by a few pixels. Now for us humans, a change of a few pixels will not be detected. And that doesn't matter for the likelihood, the correctness of the prediction of a disease. Because changing a few pixels is not significant enough to make you change the prediction or the likelihood of a disease, and that is the correct prediction. Now, interestingly, however, if you do this with AI, so if now there is a change in these pictures, and you cannot tell, it seems the same to you, because for us humans, change a few pixels doesn't matter, but for AI, it does matter. So the quick question is, will the AI ignore, as they should be, these changes of a few pixels, or will this mess up their predictive power of a disease? And the answer is the AI is messed up. So now it's all red because it's all wrong. So this picture of an X-ray is still a normal X-ray and it will not develop. And the AI incorrectly, wrongly said, oh, actually it will develop, the likelihood of developing the lung cancer is 100%. And so the AI is fooled by a change in a few pixels. And that is bad, because if we just trust the AI 100%, then we will be wrong in thinking whether a person will actually develop the disease or not. Okay. So medical AI is easily fooled with a minimal change of pixels. And so not every single sensitivity is actually good, because when you're making a prediction, you sometimes have to ignore. And that's a really interesting thing part about intelligence. It's not that the more sensitive you are, the better that you are always. This is a case where the image recognition is too sensitive in such that it actually makes a wrong prediction. And in fact, if you combine it summarily, a lot of people actually a lot of people who are scientists actually still say that the world's smartest AI is still dumber than a baby. And this is because or artificial intelligence robots is still like dumber than humans, than human baby brain. And that's because there are some simple things that is really simple, that can be done by human babies, that is really still very challenging even for AI today. I'm just going to give one example here. If you think about a 1-year-old baby who can actually eat with a spoon. So that is really a huge challenge for today's robot. So today's robot is still very difficult to pick up a spoon and eat it correctly. It's really awkward. That's why you see our robot, they can't even walk properly. And a 1-year-old doesn't walk properly either, but it will quickly be able to walk properly. So this is very interesting. So I'm going to give you an actual research problem that what is it about a child that is really that makes them really smart and intelligent? And so this is an actual research outcome from my lab. So we ask this kind of questions, and you can participate, so you know what it's like to do a basic science research with young children. So I give a very simple thing like this, a picture on the top, and I ask which of these two picture is the match? Which one is the match? And so when you ask this to a 2-year-old, they answer randomly. Of course, for all of you in the audience, it's very easy for you to say, all right, A is the match. And interestingly, the match is not because it's the matching in terms of color or shape, but it's because it's matching in terms of structure. There are two same things and two same things here. It's matching and structure. So when you see this, you kind of feel, well, 2-year-old is not very smart. True. In this one, they are not very smart. But here's why they're smart. Because when I change it to this, no training whatsoever, I just say, oh, look, there are two things now. Now, which one is the match, A or B, to the two things on top? Now they can actually answer that A is the match. And so this is a published paper. And so that's really amazing. It's we don't even wait for the 2-year-olds to become a 4-year-old or a 6-year-old, but it is about what you give them. What you give them change their representation in the mind, change the mindset. And important because it's very relevant for education, because it means that in education, it doesn't have to be that all the time you actually have to wait until the person grow up. Okay, it is in fact what is the input that you give in education, the way you teach it, the way you present the materials might really matter. And in fact, my basic science research about comparison has been used a lot in classroom teaching, that teaching using comparison like this, there are two things, and teaching using comparison really helps students to learn structures, for example, in mathematics education. So that's there's a lot of research on that. All right, but what I want to highlight here, because our topic is about artificial intelligence, and I will get to that, is that the learning of the humans is artificial intelligence is smart, but there's something that they're really not smart. Nothing that they're not smart and we are smart is that we are able to use very small amount of data. So we call this data sparse. The 2-year-olds only need 2 exemplars to learn the abstractions. If you test this with ChatGPT actually has 175 billion parameters. And so it's a huge amount of parameters that allows them to be able to abstract, whereas 2-year-olds only need 2 exemplars. And so that's something that's really amazing. That is that's really important for us to be thinking about what, the kind of education. We also say that what makes it really intelligent learning is that it's flexible and adaptable. So the 2-year-olds, this is the 2-year-olds in an actual experiment, are able to do this really quickly and can apply it right away to different kinds of things. So maybe right now I'm giving like shapes, but next time I can give something else like flowers, and they're able to do this. Compared it to artificial intelligence, if you give them 2 squares and then they are able to answer that, and the next time you give them 2 flowers, they won't be able to answer that. They actually have to retrain them from new. So that's what it means, that we are still better in terms of our flexibility and adaptability. Okay. So AI is so smart. Will humans be replaced by AI? Well, the first thing is that we do need to know what it means that AI is so smart. In some ways, AI is actually not as smart as we think. There are capabilities that humans still have better, and this becomes very key if we think about how do we educate. It is also true, however, AI will be smarter and smarter. As I mentioned 2 days ago, there was like a new paper. Every day there's new paper. Every day there's development. ChatGPT is now ChatGPT 4. Okay, and it becomes better and better and better. And so it is definitely a fact, and that AI will be smarter and smarter, and humans can definitely be replaced by AI if they are not smart. Okay. So one of the become critical question is the second question: how do we educate so humans remain competitive? And this is true whether it's for early education or for the things that we care about in this conference, which is university level education. So how do we educate so humans remain competitive? So I want to go into the second part, which is that I think we need to be able to answer in thinking about trends of education, what kind of abilities will be needed for the future job market, thinking about that artificial intelligence will be smarter and smarter. And if humans don't become smarter, they will be replaced by artificial intelligence. Well, maybe we'll be thinking, okay, then we should train everybody with coding. They all have to know about artificial intelligence, no matter what their major is in thing. Well, I don't think that's the right answer. Why? Because the intelligence change all the time. I'm often asked to write a book. Let's teach coding. Let's teach about AI to young children, to even anak SD, to primary schoolers. I say that's not the way to do it, because when I finish writing that book, the coding of the AI already changed by a lot, right? So it's not about the coding per se, but it's about the mindset, about the thinking. And in fact, if we actually teach the kind of abilities that ChatGPT has, the humans will lose. It will not be useful because the ChatGPT will be faster and better at it. So instead, what the humans need to have to remain competitive in a future job market is to have abilities that are not like ChatGPT. Okay. The more sophisticated the ChatGPT is, the more that the humans need to be educated on the things that the ChatGPT do not have, because otherwise the humans will lose. Okay. So that's a very important thing. And so I want to give a couple of concrete rationale about why and what kind of abilities will be useful. So in a nutshell, and the core is that the ability to work with and for humans are the ones that ChatGPT will not have, and this will remain very useful no matter how advanced and how smart ChatGPT is. So let me give you a couple of examples. So first is that even in the era of there's a lot of artificial intelligence are used in medical, used in law, used in everything that we do, face recognition, there has to be the humans who are experiencing this artificial intelligence. So this is often called user experience. So long as machines do not stage an anti-human revolution like in the doomsday movies, I think they will not, their output will be created for us humans. So there need to be another human who knows what kind of output do you want? What kind of output of the ChatGPT or the artificial intelligence, the image recognition, or whatever the AI abilities is, that actually will be useful and satisfactory for the human users. So if you don't have this knowledge, if you ask ChatGPT, what would the human like, then you will actually be replaced by ChatGPT. But if you know what kind of user experience that we want from a ChatGPT or from any technology, then you will not be replaced. So having a knowledge about user experience is very important. People say that doctors will be replaced by ChatGPT, and I think there is a movement for that. I don't think doctors will be replaced by ChatGPT, but I do believe that doctors who do not use ChatGPT will be replaced by AI. And the reason is not because of the knowledge. The ChatGPT will have more knowledge than the doctors. But the main reason is because the doctors who use ChatGPT will understand what kind of patients do they have. Will be able to answer their patients using an understanding, their patient may have consulted ChatGPT. And the doctors might be able to say, hey, you consulted like the ChatGPT, but it's actually not really always correct. Okay. But if you don't have experience, if you don't use it themselves, then you wouldn't be anticipating what the humans need from their knowledge and their interaction with ChatGPT. The second ability is that we need to always be able to set a limit. Okay. So very relevant for us educators and universities is that, for example, can students use ChatGPT to write their essay? So let's say you give like an essay to your students. Can they use ChatGPT to write it? Because ChatGPT can, right? So this is a longer debate, and in another talk, I will be happy to tackle this. But for now, what I think needs to be that I want to highlight is that if the humans don't have the ability, don't have the education to know whether to have the debate, is it okay or is it not okay, then that the humans will be replaced by ChatGPT, right? So there's always usage limits in artificial intelligence. Okay, if artificial intelligence create a work of art, who is the true author, for example, and the humans need to decide that, and the humans need to have a knowledge in order to be able to decide that. So let me give you an example. I asked ChatGPT to give me symptoms of a disease called inherited truculence. Okay. And ChatGPT gave a lot of things. This is the answer that ChatGPT gave, like a lot of them. But you know, it's all fake. So it is all fake. It's nothing. ChatGPT actually made it up. So the humans need to be able to know, oh, is it actually true or is it not? There was another question that I asked ChatGPT. This is a very complicated question about the brain, about C. elegans. And ChatGPT actually gave me an answer. ChatGPT, yes, the DOP mutant is likely to have impaired dopamine signaling. Doesn't matter what the answer is. And then it gives me an actual paper with an authors, an abstract. Seems really amazing, right? But if you check it, this is also fake. There's no such abstract. There's no such paper. Okay. So again, the humans have to decide. The humans have to be able to know and detect what actually is real and what it isn't, and how to set a limit of the usage of ChatGPT. That abilities will not be replaced. A third kind of abilities is what we call usage dividends. So when a machine generated income, so who keeps it? When a machine generated product leads to an accident, who is responsible? So if you have Google Drive and it gets into an accident, then who is responsible? The humans still have to decide that, right? Recently, there was an artwork that's created by AI, and it won a first prize in a competition. And there was a lot of debate. This is not fair. It's not by the artist, it's by an AI. Well, again, separate from how should be the debate end, we need to have knowledge in order to have that debate. Is it fair? Is it not? Who actually gets the prize? Because the prize contains money, for example, right? So the humans have to have knowledge about that. Last but not least, the humans also need to decide the goals of the technology. What do we want to achieve using the technology? I'm going to give a very simple example about how to set up a speed limit. Every country, every actually municipalities actually have to even decide how to set a speed limit. And there are people from different countries in this conference. And you know, in the US, sometimes in some areas you have the speed limit to be 55 kilometers an hour. In China, is often 70 kilometers an hour. In Europe, sometimes it can be 120. In fact, in Germany, there's no limit whatsoever, right? So imagine if what you do is just ask ChatGPT, what is the speed limit? Well, ChatGPT probably can give you some answer, but do you want to just accept that answer? Well, that's probably not good, because you need to think about what is the speed limit that you want. And in fact, the speed limit is a very simple example, but it's a very complicated one. And this is the reason why different countries, different municipalities decide differently, because it depends on the values, on the preferences of the particular place and culture. So even with the best AI, ultimately, it will always be us humans who decide whether it's speed limit or the regulations of when do you, statutory regulations, what age can you drive, right? In Indonesia, you can drive at age 17. Some other countries, it's 21, okay? So all that need to be decided by the humans, and humans need to have knowledge to do all those. So this is why I say the human focus skill will always be needed, no matter how smart the AI is. No matter how smart the ChatGPT, it cannot and it should not decide on the speed limit or on this law and statutory regulation. But likewise, if the humans are not educated to make that decision, then the humans, of course, will be replaced by the AI as well. Okay? And we don't want that kind of society. So what kind of education, in a nutshell, is needed in the era of AI? Well, I think I draw from my own experience. So I went to university for my bachelor degree at Harvard, and when I was at Harvard, there's no such thing as ChatGPT. I didn't even have a mobile phone. I didn't even have my own computer. I used the computer in a public room, and there's no like email. I used like regularly, but not so regularly either. So it's so far. And yet now I do research with artificial intelligence. And I think it's the same for all of you, my colleagues here, who, there was no such thing as artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, when you went to university. And yet now your work, of course, is related to that. The bottom line is that the world is changing, and it's changing even faster now with the technology and with artificial intelligence. And so what really education needed is an education that prepares students to face the ever-changing world. And that's a really, really important. And so the thing that we teach to the students today, the actual content itself probably is going to change. I teach psychology, cognitive science, the content will change because science change all the time. Likewise, if you teach technology, it will change. Of course, we still need to teach the content, but even more importantly, we need to teach the thinking process. And so I just want to give two very concrete suggestions about what kind of thinking process. Remember, one thing that we're really good at is we can learn from a small amount of data. ChatGPT, AI cannot. We are very flexible and we are adaptable. And this we had even when we were small. But sadly, sometimes we lose this flexibility, adaptability, ability to learn quickly from small amount of data later when we are adults, okay, when we are in university. And so that's really what the education have to rethink about. So to close, I think what really needed and not merely knowing the answer. Because ChatGPT can give you answer. You give just a question to ChatGPT, it can probably give better answer than any of us, even ourselves, let alone our students. And so our students still need to answer the question, but even more importantly, they need to understand the question. Why that question and not some other question? Likewise, we as educators, when we write exams, we need to know, why are we asking that question? Is it a question that matters? Is it a question that makes our students think? So that's a very important one. The second concrete suggestion that I have is that we need to be able to make our students see the connections between what you're learning. Oftentimes, I feel in education, everything is just a list. Like you take this mata kuliah, that subject, this class, that class, and they're all separated, and it's just like a list of things. But rather than a list of things, you need to connect them into structure. Because only when you can connect them into structure, you are able to problem solve the new things that come to you. Because the new things may have the same structure, even though it looks different. Right? So I want to give this is a psychology experiment that was done in the 80s, but it's a very classic one that's really meaningful for education. So in this experiment, the students are asked to categorize, to classify physics problem. So the physics problem look like this. And there are two kinds of students. One is undergraduate who study physics as their major, and the other one is graduate students who graduate students of physics, PhD students of physics. And they are not asked to solve the problem. They're simply asked to categorize the problems. And so interestingly, the undergraduates categorize the problem like this. Because they look similar. There is a ramp in both cases, okay? Blocks on incline plane. But the experts, the PhD physicists actually say, no, you should classify it like this because they both have the same structure. They both can be solved by work energy theorem, even though they don't look the same. That's the real kind of knowledge that allows you to face the ever-changing world. And so I think that's what the students need to have in order to face the ever-changing world so that they are not replaced by artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. It's very great presentations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have around 7 minutes to have a question and answer. One point, in my opinion, is that we have to understand AI is not as smart as what we think. Yeah, I am more interested in the picture of chimpanzee because it can be our ancestor. Yeah. And in my opinion, AI will be in the highest smart, they will be smarter if AI can communicate with chimpanzee. Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now please, if you have any question, please raise your hand. Maybe 3 questions, is that enough, Miss Master of Ceremony? 3 questions, yeah? Okay, 3 questions, please. Yes, from Pak Parto number 1, and then Mr. Yes number, and 1 more. Okay, Miss Fardini. Okay, Pak Parto, you have time.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Jarum. Thank you, Prof. Stella. Finally, we meet, although it is only virtual. Well, I am one of the teachers at this university who is very interested in terms of technology, especially digital technologies. When ChatGPT was introduced the first time, in my classes, even I also introduced ChatGPT to my students in the class. So during the teaching learning activities, I used ChatGPT. Interestingly is that, as you said, that ChatGPT is not as smart as we think. Because by having some prompts, some question to ChatGPT, we understand that, as you also gave the example, some answers are not correct. As long as my experience concerns, to make use ChatGPT more optimally is by having specific question, so that the student cannot just copy paste the answer from ChatGPT. But if we assign the student, for example, in writing, just write about tourism in Malang, I think ChatGPT will be able to do it well. So therefore, I'm still able to make use the ChatGPT in my teaching. I teach writing at the English department, and I can prove that the ChatGPT cannot do what I assign to the students. As long as, again, my experience concern, it is because my instruction is very specific. In this case, what do you think? What is your opinion about this case? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I think, first of all, I want to say that writing is a very important subject. Sometimes, from my experience in Indonesia, sometimes people don't always put effort in writing, but university, and one mandatory class for all Harvard students, whether you are international or native speakers, is writing class. So in the first year at Harvard, we all have to take a writing class. So because writing is thinking, and so this is a very, very important class. And I think what you're doing is great because you are thinking about the kind of question that you can give to your students that cannot be answered by ChatGPT. Of course, ChatGPT will continue to be evolving, but I think the approach is exactly that, and is that to be thinking about the question, right? And sometimes it's also okay if you give a question and ChatGPT answer it, but you can even discuss that with your students about, okay, ChatGPT answered it this way. What do you think about ChatGPT's answer, and how can you make a different answer? But the focus on the kind of question is really an important focus, as I suggested just now. In order to face the ever-changing world, we need to be thinking about the question, and we need to make our students think about the question. And And I think oftentimes we can even involve our students in thinking about the question. One thing that I try to do in my own writing class, I actually sometimes give writing workshop as well, how to write for academia, is to make the students come up with questions themselves, and that might be interesting about why do you ask a particular question like that. And so thinking about the question is certainly very important. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Professor. And now we come to the second question from, yes, please say your name, Mr.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So my name is Haikal, and I'm from the English Language Education Department from University of Darussalam Gontor. Well, basically, I think it's the same from the previous question as well, that I also introduced ChatGPT to my class. And practically, because I have taught my students for more than 3 or 4 semesters, so I know basically about the quality of their writing. And I just wonder to ask these questions about how a developed country also see or deal with ChatGPT works on education, because I think in Indonesia, especially considered as a developing country, we are still dealing with this of how to educate our students to use ChatGPT. First of all, I never see negative things about ChatGPT. At least it helps to bridge and also brainstorm some ideas, and sometimes it works also, although sometimes it doesn't work. But I just wonder of how a developed country, let's say in China or also in the USA, like you are working and dealing now, of see the use of ChatGPT in education. Like, do they see this as a big concern, or basically not? Because that's what I at least conclude. I don't see it's like a threat in education if it's in, let's say in Europe as a developed country, because I study there. But in Indonesia, I still see these as not a very positive, I would say, ideas of the use of ChatGPT in education. So I just want to know from your perspective. Thank you.
Yeah. In developed countries like the US, and China is like in between, right? ChatGPT is definitely considered as it's not entirely positive. There's a lot of even in the US, particularly in the US, actually, there is a thinking about ChatGPT. It can really constitute a threat. And this is because, and I actually can see this perspective, and I agree with it, because there's a lot of concern about plagiarism, because ChatGPT are able to come up with essays. If you give them like a prompt, they will be able to come up with essays. They will come up with writing, with any kinds of things that usually are better than what the students even do. So there is both a worry that the students may use it wrongly, and there's also a question about, at the same time, there's a question about, okay, if ChatGPT can do it so well, then do we humans need to still do it? I mean, in the future, ChatGPT, it's already kind of free. So, all right, so why not just we do something else and ChatGPT do what it already does? So that's still, that is like a point of debate. And in a different essay, in a different writing that I publish, I also write about this, because I think I think we as educators need to think about, why do we want our students to go through the process still, even though an artificial intelligence probably could do it better? And at least there are at least 2 reasons for that. The first one is that artificial intelligence like ChatGPT, large language models, what they do is that they actually, to write an essay. Okay? So if the humans themselves stop producing writing, okay, then in the future, the quality of ChatGPT's writing is going to be worse, because the data decreases, and both the quantity and the quality. So we shouldn't be fooled thinking that, like, okay, the artificial intelligence can do it now, and so it'll be fine. Data. The second question is that I think process is still very important, because it's only through process we are able to develop an ability of appreciating what is good, what is valuable, and what is not. If the students don't actually write themselves or don't answer the questions themselves, it will be very difficult for them to develop an ability to appreciate what is a good answer, what is a good writing, what is a not so good writing. Okay. Only by going through the process we develop the ability of appreciation, which is very important, and also knowing of what's valuable and not valuable, what's good and not good. So I think that point is still very important, and it is a point of these days in education about, how much do we allow and what do we say to our students about the usage of ChatGPT. So I think in my point, I think it's very important to tell the students what is the goal. Because if the students think like, why do I need to work hard if ChatGPT can give me the answer or just like that, then I agree with the students, then might as well just use ChatGPT. But maybe if we educate them by saying, you still need to go through the process so that you will never be replaced by ChatGPT in the future. You will be a valuable worker because you can decide what speed limit is good or not. Then maybe the students still see the value.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we come to the last questions. That is from Ibu Fardini Sabila. Ibu Fardini, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pak Jarum, for the chance given to me. Good morning, Professor Stella. Nice to meet you. You have a very good presenter since you give us a very insightful idea about ChatGPT and also artificial intelligence. My question is related to my teaching subject. I'm teaching second language acquisition, and this is also talking about foreign language acquisition. I got a very good impressions on your presentations, which is stated that one of the most powerful application in ChatGPT is language learning. In language learning is its ability to serve as a personal tutor. There is like a software that provided by ChatGPT, which also useful for the learner to do interactive conversations. Maybe they can also engage in a real-time dialogue with the language model, and they can also practice speaking with good conversations. And I think they also have an opportunity to comprehend the conversation itself. Yeah, I have ever tried this also because I'm really curious about this tool. My question is, what do you think about this? We have to bring natural or maybe contextual language into the class to let the student learn contextual and also in real. That is one of the target of getting successful in language learning. Yeah, but exactly whatever given in artificial intelligence, also this is not recognizing real context of conversation, but this is refers to tend to be technological touch and also not natural in the process of providing speed. So what do you think about this? It is also still have an opportunity to use AI and also ChatGPT for our foreigners, our learners, especially non-native speaker students. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Yes, my answer is that ChatGPT is a great tool. And it does, in language learning, one of the most important ingredients, and it turns out it's because I study language learning myself. The most important, there are two very important ingredients. The first one is the amount of input. So the more the input, the better is your language learning. So we know this from brain. research, from cognitive research. The second is a social component. So language learning requires a social component. So a social component means that an interaction component. Rather than learning words as vocabs like we learn in SAT, real language learning requires that those words are embedded in actual sentences. So only when you hear or when you read the words are used in sentences, and through social process, you actually can learn language better. Why? Because language is a communicative thing. So we use language in order to communicate. That's the most important usage of the language. So in order to learn a second language or a third language, whatever language, the social process is very important. Now, for both reasons, ChatGPT is useful. The first one is probably not surprising to all of you. Of course, ChatGPT can give a lot of data. So, and the ChatGPT is there to give a lot of data. So this one is not surprising. So the more you use it, the more you read, the more you use the ChatGPT, the more data of that second language that you get. So that one is great. The second one, it might be a little surprising because I said it's about social, and you might ask, but like ChatGPT is not social. Well, that comes to the point about what really is social. And it turns out in research, what we discover now is that social doesn't, of course, it's about the people, but it's not only about having people, right? But it is actually about what it's called contingency, the fact that you can interact in a time that easy. So if you imagine right now it's a little harder for us because I'm not there. So there might be like a couple of milliseconds of delay between you and me, okay? And that already make the conversations a little bit more challenging rather than if I'm there. I would love to be there. Unfortunately, I couldn't. But this we actually have to think about the availability as well. And so one thing that ChatGPT is really good at is it is able to actually give a contingent interaction. So you ask a question, it will give you an answer. You can chat with it, and that's the contingent part. And while it doesn't entirely include like native speakers, right? It doesn't entirely include like real people. One thing that's really good about ChatGPT is that it is more available. So if we do a comparison, between just reading from books and not having a social component versus living in that country. So let's say the students are learning French and they live in France. Of course, living in that country is better. But when we live in Indonesia and the students are learning French, well, we don't have that option of the most ideal option of living in the country. So for that, the ChatGPT is still very useful because it can give you a lot of data in an interactive way. So it fulfills that social component. And in fact, you can do it in other hours, right? And also there's a second interesting thing that we found from research, which is that sometimes the students are actually even less shy when it's with ChatGPT. So I don't know if you as educators have noticed that during the pandemic when we teach online, my students are actually a lot more active in asking questions because they feel less shy. Okay, they feel less shy in asking a question, right? In person, they feel like, oh, I need like the professor sees me and then I need to speak in front of the class. Whereas online, they can like write like on the chat. So they like writing on the chat, and so that has like another social aspect that's what I said. So for both of these reasons, I think ChatGPT is very useful for second language learning or third language learning or any kind of language learning because of the social interaction and the amount of data that it can give. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I think this is very great presentation, and give big applause to Professor Stella Christie.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is very always interesting to talk about AI, but we are limited by the schedule. Professor, would you like to stay for a couple of seconds?
Sure.
Mr. Osremani will confirm certificate for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jarum. So thank you very much, Prof. Stella. You're very great. And as a thank you from us, we will award an online certificate to Professor Stella. We will display the certificate on the screen. Awarded to you, Prof. Stella. Yes, let's give a round of applause one more time for Professor Stella Christie.
And this is the end of our sessions, ladies and gentlemen. By saying Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, we close and see you later, Professor. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Pak Jarum. Thank you for guiding this session very well. And ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next session. The second presentation will be delivered by our next keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Zulnaidi Yaakob. And the session will be guided by Mr. Nafik Mutahirin, MA, MHum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the International Conference on Education, ICEdu 2023, hosted by Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. In this conference, we take the topic on empowering education excellence, trends and insight for a better professionalism. I am Nafik Mutahirin and I want to be a moderator today. We have a speaker now who has expertise in education and quality management. His name is Professor Dr. Zulnaidi Yaakob, or Prof. Yaakob we call him. He is Dean School of Distance Education from Universitas Sains Malaysia, USM. And hello, Prof. Yaakob, are you with us?
Assalamualaikum. Yes, I'm here.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you. Welcome to ICEdu. And for your information, Prof. Yaakob, there are many participants here. They are from many universities in Indonesia and other countries, actually in from Southeast Asia. And they are from lecturers, students, researchers, and others various professional background. And I'm going to explain our session now. The first session, Prof. Yaakob will present your work or your paper for about 25 minutes. And after that, we have the discussion session. So for all participants, if you have a question, please raise your hand during a session of discussion. So we are going to the speaker. I will invite Professor Yaakob, but before that, I will read your profile first, Prof. Yaakob. He is Dean School of Distance Education from Universitas Sains Malaysia. I know from your profile here that you have research interests as like management, accounting, entrepreneurship, financial well-being, and quality management. And from here also, I know that you are very prolific writer, Prof. Yaakob. More than 200 articles in international journal and mass media in Malaysia, actually. So, time is yours now, please, Professor.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to give a special thanks to Pak Soparto for inviting me to be part of this conference, and also to the Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang and the committee of this conference. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here today. In the first session with the keynote speaker, Prof. Stella has discussed about the future of our education in the era of AI. So as an educator, people who are in the university, is going to be challenged for us to think about the relevancy of our education system. It's not about the issue either we're going to, the university is going to stay in the community or it's not, but how we going to transform the institution to become more relevant. And for those who are coming to the university, they are not only getting their certificate, but we are able to prepare them for the future job market, and also to make sure that they are able to, going back to the society, bring back to the society all the knowledge, skill that we have provided to our students. So therefore, in my presentation, I would like to discuss about the role of the university in providing future talents, especially in entrepreneurship. How important for the university to instill or to nurture the future talent in terms of entrepreneurship. It's not only it's not about to make everyone become entrepreneurs, but how to instill the mindset and also the attitude of entrepreneurial, how to develop entrepreneurial mindset among our students, so they are able to be someone who are creative and innovative, perhaps better than AI. So because this is the challenge of the future, we need to make sure that we are able to prepare our graduates to compete in future, not only with other job seeker, not only with the new model of the economy, but also with the new emerging technologies now become another competitor to the human, perhaps. Even just like, perhaps AI cannot replace everything what we can do, but again, it is something that, we have to make sure that the human or the people, the graduates we produce from the university are smarter than AI. Then that's the only way we have to make sure that future talent or future graduates are able to survive in the future job market. So today I'm going to discuss about this, how we can do, what we can do as a university lecturers, for example, university management, on how we can provide a conducive, a supportive environment, a good ecosystem, so that our students, when they come to our university, they are not only to come here, sit in our classroom, listen to what we taught to them and what we discussed in the classroom, but also how we're going to, create future talent that are not only innovative, they are also creative, they are problem solvers as well. So, in my presentation, I will like to discuss about the relationship and how the entrepreneurship education actually also contribute to the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, and also what is the role of the university and the environment of the university as an innovation hub, as a research. In the university there are a lot of research activities, lab as well, but the challenge further is how to instill our students to become innovator, not only researcher. Perhaps beyond how they are able to translate their research output, for example, into innovative product that are later can be beneficial to the society. And what is entrepreneurial ecosystem? Many universities now, I think they put entrepreneurial as part of the tagline, perhaps vision and missions of the university. They are not only intended to be the best university, preferred university by the potential student, but they are also, they are claiming they are entrepreneurial university. So what is actually entrepreneurial university? And how do we achieve the status of entrepreneurial university? And why the status of entrepreneurial university is something very crucial, very critical, and very relevant, not only to the private university. Sure, as a private university, the challenge is bigger and it's more critical and more important for the university to survive. But entrepreneurial university concept is not only relevant to the public university. It's not only relevant to the private university, but public university as well should be able to, grow themselves to become entrepreneurial university. And I do see there are a lot of universities, not only in my country, other countries, and Indonesia as well. How do they integrate the concept of research university and the concept of entrepreneurial university, and they combine this. It's not about combine. They integrate these two concepts and become a university. They are more innovative for the, for better contribution beyond academic world. They are able to contribute to the society and economic development as well. However, it's not easy. There are a lot of challenges that need to be. We need to understand the challenges related to the process in developing an entrepreneurial university. And what is the future challenge, future direction? For example, how do we integrate technology? How do we integrate AI? How do we integrate artificial intelligence in the process of creating ecosystem that helping our students to become more entrepreneurial? Yes, there are a lot of questions that can be student can get answer for a lot of questions through artificial intelligence, ChatGPT. But at the same time, in my experience, nurturing and educating students to be entrepreneur, they are not only they have a good knowledge, fundamental knowledge about what is entrepreneurship, what is business, the process of documentation, the process of preparing business proposal, but something is missing is related to their emotional support, which is I do believe AI perhaps cannot replace this as a mentor, the role as a mentor to give emotional support to the future, to our student in helping them, facing difficulties and challenges while they are doing their business on campus, or while they are preparing, or they are, establishing their startup company. And also at the end, I will conclude my presentation. Okay. So, in future, artificial technology, it's not in future, even now, we can assume that certain profession perhaps either is totally irrelevant or less relevant, or requires different skill and different knowledge. And this is a challenge around the globe, providing adequate job opportunity for graduates. Therefore, there are many graduates out there still do not get a professional job, for example. Therefore, the nation, the government, the university now acknowledge this limitation and this difficulty. Therefore, we at the universities, we prepare our students not only to become an employee to the other employer, to become employee to the other firm, but also how they themselves can become a job creator. And as a university graduates, the expectation of the university towards their student is not only perhaps to establish a company or to establish a firm, but also how to establish a firm with high impact. So when we're talking about an establishment, a business with high impact, it must be supported by, for example, high technology. It must be supported with high innovation. It must be supported with high impact. So we would love to see that graduate university when they become an entrepreneur, they just not become an entrepreneur, but they become an entrepreneur who can contribute to the society by establishing a business with an impact. In other words, they should be able to not only establish a business, but they should be able to, open opportunity, job opportunity for the other people as well. Entrepreneurship in business is full of competition. And one way to remain competitive is through innovation. Therefore, building future entrepreneurs, having more entrepreneurs in the society is an indirect or direct approach in order to increase the innovation status or innovation performance of a society. More innovative society, perhaps society who are more innovative perhaps has more inclination or interest towards entrepreneurship. And a country with more entrepreneurs perhaps moving faster in terms of innovation, because innovation is an answer to the questions of how can we survive in the era or in the situation where the competition is very stiff, the competition is very fast, and even in the technology nowadays, you can see almost every day there is new innovation, new findings. Therefore, innovation is the only answer for those who would like to remain competitive, not only in the business but also in the career as well. Entrepreneurship also can help. Entrepreneurship also is beneficial for the nation to achieve a positive economic growth, because we cannot rely, economy cannot rely solely on the government expenditure or government investment. Private investment, private activities, corporate activities by business sector contribute very significantly to the nation, to the economy of the nation, especially for a nation like Indonesia, Malaysia, and other emerging countries, where the majority portions of the business, the registered business, actually is small medium enterprise. So they play very high and significant, statistically significant in terms of number, percentage. However, in terms of value creation by small medium enterprise, perhaps something that we need to discuss further, how we can continuously improve the value generated by these small medium enterprise. In terms of number, yes, they are huge, majority of the registered business. But in terms of value of the transaction, in terms of value created, perhaps they are not as competitive as big or multinational companies. Entrepreneurship is also play an important role as an effort for the to support the government and society effort for climate action, for example. The business should produce products that are eco-friendly, they are friendly towards environment. That is very difficult if we plan to educate society to be eco-friendly, but at the same time, the products that are available on market is not so eco-friendly. So the producer, the manufacturer of the product should design and innovate the product to be more eco-friendly, to be, to support the agenda of environmental and sustainability issues, so that by providing product that are friendly to the environment, we indirectly encourage people to be more concerned about the environmental issues. Entrepreneurship is also important to the gender equality, women empowerment. in entrepreneurship is open to everyone. It doesn't matter. It does not specific to individual with high qualification. It's not specific to the man. It's not specific to the certain profession. Woman or men, all of them are easily can can join a business venture or establish their business. Even women can easily participate in business activity. They doesn't have to open big malls, for example, to do something. They can become a small producer perhaps from their home, and they can also do business online from their home without they need to leave their kids at home. So this another advantage that can be why entrepreneurship is something open a huge potential for gender equality, and also it's not about gender, it's also for income equality as well. They are able to reduce income inequality, and also for the community upliftment. When we're talking about entrepreneurship, it's not just about profit oriented, because there are another segment we call as social entrepreneurship, where people use entrepreneurial model in order to solve community or social problem. And there are a lot of successful stories. I have experience of talking to people in Indonesia that community entrepreneurship is one of the university involved in the process of community development. In addition to research, teaching, commercialization, universities in Malaysia and Indonesia also, we do involve in community engagement, where the activities of community engagement is not only about only providing direct assistance to the community, but also how do we empower society through knowledge, skill, and also entrepreneurial activities, with the expectation at the end of the day, the society would be able to survive and also transform their economic status perhaps from lower to the upper or better condition. So this is the importance of entrepreneurship. Just like I mentioned to you, the university now, when we're talking about the reason why we exist, because we would like to provide education to the community, to the people out there, so that they can use knowledge and skill. And when they go out, they are able to not only transform themselves, but also they are able to transform the society. So entrepreneurship is very much related with the inspiration of the education university, with the education that we provide to the university. So through entrepreneurship, actually, we encourage people to be more we encourage future talent to be job creator, to be more innovative, how they can contribute to the social society development. But at individual level, entrepreneurship education is able to nurture creativity, nurture innovation, nurture innovative thinking, and also develop some sort of risk-taking attitude among our students, so that they are able to take new challenge, compete in a competitive environment, and also they are they have brave enough to venture into new business, new startup, and so on. So in the context of Indonesia, an example of how entrepreneurship has transformed or has contributed to the development of Indonesia is, for example, in terms of SME, more than 60% of GDP actually contributed by SME, and there are a lot and huge of SME in Indonesia. Wherever you go, there are so a lot of creative, innovative SME, and also contributions in terms of technology. We can see that there are few startups from Indonesia, not only famous, not only has a significant presence in Indonesia, but also internationally recognized. And we also use some of the apps and startup developed by Indonesian company to in our life outside Indonesia. Okay, like Traveloka. Okay. So In terms of history, the university, the development of the university is to provide education, to teach society, to provide education to the people so that we prepare them for the job market. We produce professional employee with skill and knowledge that are required for the job market. But university later on slowly move. It's not about slowly. I think move towards from teaching-based education to become more innovative by participating in research, and also not just doing research and put it in the library, but also university now moving towards commercialization. And when it comes to commercialization, definitely we have to incorporate the entrepreneurial culture, entrepreneurial mindset, and entrepreneurial attitude, not only among our researchers but also to our students. Therefore, it is the role of the university in terms of nurturing future talent. They are creative, innovative, and because and at the end they are able to contribute to the local, national, and international economy. So now university play a role as an innovation hubs. There are many types of innovation hubs. Some focus on research, very research based. Some focus on commercialization. Some focus on innovation for perhaps for example for teaching, for social solution as well. So in order to perform well as an entrepreneur university should open their main gate to the society, to the community, to the business, to the industrial people, be outside campus, to be on campus, one of the approach, or university should be able to bring their student to be as close as possible with the industry and business sector out of campus. So this symbiosis collaboration is very critical in order to provide a bigger spectrum to our students, not only to equip them with theory and also with knowledge, but also to give them exposure towards what is happening now in the real scenario or the environment. I do know that there is a program what we call as Campus Merdeka in Indonesia. Perhaps one of the approach to provide to prepare students with a bigger perspective, not only within the classroom but also in the real life experience. Therefore, there are many things that university can do in order to provide ecosystem at the governance level, in terms of funding as well, networking, providing a good curriculum, and an extracurricular activity to support entrepreneurial activities and mindset among students. Curriculum, we have to look again. The curriculum is not only by introducing one subject of entrepreneurship to our student, but we need to encourage as much as possible all the subject that it can motivate students to be more innovative and creative, to incorporate the entrepreneurial elements in their curriculum. The way, for example, perhaps in their project, where students produce a certain project, they have to think about the impact of the project to the society, the commercialization aspect of the society, and how relevant the product to the people, to the society. It's not just about producing perhaps a good product or good output due to theoretical concept, but at the end they are not really something that doable or marketable in the market. Infrastructure in the university must be able to support the student initiative to participate in entrepreneurial activities. For example, students require infrastructure, software, hardware, financial and non-financial assistance. Okay. Okay, so I moved to the challenge of the university in order to do this because university has many roles to play in the society, and then how serious the university in terms of nurturing future talent or entrepreneurship through their education is one of the issues that long debate about this because people come to the university is it to be entrepreneurs or to secure professional job, but again when we're talking about entrepreneurship, it's not just about producing more entrepreneurs. We hope that we can produce students with entrepreneurial mindset and skills. So it doesn't matter whether they become entrepreneur or not entrepreneurs, either they can practice intra-entrepreneurs, even as a researcher, even as a lecturers, if they have a very strong entrepreneurial value, entrepreneurial mindset, entrepreneurial attitude, I think there is a huge potential for them to become a successful researcher. So for future direction, university perhaps need to sit down again, relook what we can improve in order to support the initiative of entrepreneurship activity and how we can encourage people to come to the university as a deep partner in nurturing future talent, not only waiting outside campus for the university to produce to produce future workers. So there are conclusions, very much a lot of conclusions from literature. University who having a university who has a positive ecosystem in developing and nurturing future entrepreneurship. Actually, they are more able to produce workers or employees or entrepreneur who later on become a successful entrepreneur beyond their campus, and there are there are big name of the university. I mean, in US, for example, they are able to produce innovator and also become a very impactful entrepreneur, not only in terms of generating profit, but also how their innovation has impacted the whole world through their innovative products and technology. So yeah, a university should play their continuous role in supporting the process of creating and nurturing future talent in entrepreneurship, and we should encourage students and the whole community of the university to understand what is entrepreneurial mindset, entrepreneurial attitudes, and how we can incorporate all these values into our daily life. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jacob. Give applause to Professor Jacob, please. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Prof. Jacob. You have explained on significant entrepreneurship and SDGs. Yes, and the second session now is discussion. Please, if all you participants, if you have a question, please raise your hand. Yeah. Please in front of please, Miss.
Thank you for the time. Let me introduce my name first. My name is Priska Sintanina. I just wanted to ask, as the presenter, I believe you have a lot of experience before. Now my question is, what is the best and simple tips that we can do to face the challenge that you were mentioned before for a Gen Z like us? Thank you.
Hello, Prof. Jacob, are you with us still? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Could you please help me to
the question?
Yeah, because it's not clear.
What is the best? What is? Can you repeat, please? Slowly.
So my question is, what is the best and simple tips that we can do to face the challenge that you were mentioned before for a Gen Z like us? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. First, we have to acknowledge that challenges are flexible, challenges are dynamic. So perhaps, in other words, from day to day, we are facing new challenges. So we need to have different strategies for different challenges. But in order for a university to face the challenges of the process in nurturing future talent in entrepreneurship, I think first there must be a clear policy from the university. At least university must really serious about the agenda of becoming entrepreneurial university, and the top management of the university must share this vision and mission with the whole community and the university. The second one, all the effort and also the achievement related to this must be appreciated. In other words, the appreciation of the university must also acknowledge the contributions of the lecturers, the contribution of the students who are doing well in entrepreneurship development. Sometimes in certain universities, perhaps the appreciation given to the researcher for doing well in research perhaps higher than the researcher who doing well in community or social entrepreneurship activities. So therefore, university must relook this issue as well. And also, entrepreneurship should be something that is not only should be internalized. I mean, the whole community of the university should aware, should understand, should embrace, and should accept and also have interest in issues related to entrepreneurial and agenda of developing future entrepreneurs. Just like I mentioned to you, sometimes when students coming to the university, they have very firm target to become teacher, for example, or to become professional workers. But again, just like I mentioned to you, when we're talking about entrepreneurial mindset and attitude, it's not just about producing entrepreneur, but also those who can embrace entrepreneurial value and entrepreneurial attitude in their professional daily routine life. Thank you.
Professor Yaakob, for your answer. And if there is the second question, please. Yeah.
I am is English Language Education Department as a student. SGDS is something new for us. So, how do you take a role to support the SDGs for sustainable university? Thank you.
Okay, please,
Professor
Yaakob.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Okay, Sustainability Development Goal (SDG) is a global agenda. I'm very sure a lot of universities support the agenda of SDG. Perhaps UMM as well. So in order to achieve the SDG development, it requires a very comprehensive and interdisciplinary solution towards the problem. Therefore, in whatever we do, perhaps it's not so difficult actually in whatever we do. I do believe we still can relate to any SDG from SDG 1 to SDG 14, for example, or SDG 17, perhaps. In terms of entrepreneurship, for example, entrepreneurship can help us for gender equality, income equality, provide a better life for the society, and through education, through entrepreneurship as well, actually, we can help people to achieve a better or quality education in their life. Because I do believe accessibility to education is still an issue now, especially in developing countries. So by encouraging more people to be involved in entrepreneurs, they are able to be independent, and perhaps they have adequate resources to send their children to the school. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor Yaakob, for your answer. And this is the last session, is it closing? And I will conclude that from your explanation just now, entrepreneurial skill must be learned to the student in order they have good future, and also give them the understanding how is related to the social empowerment. Thank you, Professor Yaakob, joining this program. And I close. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Nafik. And Professor Yaakob, we would like to conferring the online certificate for Associate Professor Dr. Zulnaidi Yaakob. And the certificate will be displayed on the screen. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to another session. The next panel session, we have Mr. Moniruz Zaman CFA, Dr. Rina Wahyu Setianingrum MED, and also Associate Professor Ivi Sarahmei Berowa PhD. And the session will be moderated by Ms. Laila Hikmah Nur Batra, MA, Athlete.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Vice Rector 1, Bapak Profesor Dr. Samsul Arifin MSI, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, Ibu Dr. Trisakti Handayani MM, Faculty of Islamic Studies, Bapak Dr. Kozin MSI, the Honorable Vice Dean, Head of Departments and Secretary of Department within the Faculty of Teachers Training and Education and Faculty of Islamic Studies, Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, our keynote and invited speakers, and distinguished presenters and participants, let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the plenary session 2. My name is Laila Hikmah Nur Batra. It's an honor for me to be the moderator of this session. So in this plenary session, we will listen to 3 presentations by our prominent invited speakers. In the first presentation, we will connect virtually with Dr. Moniruz Zaman, who will talk about building creative and productive learning. Next, we will have Ibu Dr. Rina Wahyu Setianingrum MED, who will present Teaching and Learning Excellence. Last but not least, Associate Professor Ivi Sarahmai Berowa Arimau, PhD, will virtually join us to talk about character education. Before the presentation begins, let me inform you how this session will run. First, each speaker will present the material for 20 minutes, and following that, we will have question and answer session for approximately 15 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to read a brief introduction of our first speaker, Professor Dr. Moniruz Zaman. Okay, so Dr. Moniruz Zaman has 18 years of experience teaching in human resource, business, marketing, operation management, logistics, and supply chain management. So in terms of educational background, he has his Bachelor of Business Administration from University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. He also had Master of Business Administration from Department of Management Studies, University of Dhaka in Bangladesh. The Doctor of Business Administration he has was from International Institute of Human Resource Management in Canada. He also have PhD in marketing from Putra Business School, UPM, from 2018 to 2019. And lastly, PhD in marketing from CVIA, Toronto, Canada. So he has a lot of experience in teaching and also research, as he is also editorial board member of Journal of Global Supply Chain Management. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Moniruz Zaman. So doctor, are you joining us?
Yeah.
All right.
Can
can I share my
Yeah, sure.
presentation? Right? Yeah. I'm very thankful to all. Actually, can I start right now? Right? Okay. So I would like to thank especially all from the UMM faculties, management, even the students. Especially, I would like to thankful to all keynote speakers, even the speakers panel. So I would like to say that this is the topic today. Is some people, have a very favorite topic or very good topic. So today's topic actually I like it much because when I'm just giving the speech in online or in my business pages, even my institute, then normally I am focusing this. So today, empowering education excellence is a topic very important for I think present era because this is a topic we cannot avoid anyway in our actually learning process, even in our educational sector. If we want to develop the good human capital, so what is the actually the blood of the business or the society of the I think countries at large. So today I'm very happy and getting your invitation. So thank you all. So now I would like to say something else about the today's topic definition. Actually, what does it mean? Before that, I would like to go for the next topic. That means introduction. That actually, beside the education, we should have some knowledge. We are learning from the books or from the publications or from the journals, even from the people, But beside this, we should have very good knowledge from the tactical operations of the business or from the society, from the culture, from the our interdisciplinary aspects. So even external or internal, whatever the environment or from all the issues, we should have a very good knowledge. If we have a partial, then we will make something confusion to the people.
I'm sorry
If you
to
have
interrupt, Doctor. Is it possible to share slideshow? The slideshow version.
I have shared the slides. Is it okay, visible or not?
Not yet, unfortunately.
Not yet. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I can check.
Yeah.
Now is it okay?
Not yet. Sorry.
Not yet. Okay, I'm checking.
Can you click the icon for slideshow? Yes. That's excellent. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Now is okay?
Yes, it works.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. So I was saying that we are very focused on educational process, learning process. Basically, books. We are learning from the books, journal, or the social media, or from anywhere. Many actually from the many sources. But one thing I am getting now, long in my career, that we have a gap. What is the gap? That means practical and theoretical. We have a knowledge, but if we don't have some basic knowledge on practical, even if practical knowledge or examples are not in our learning process, then there is a big gap. What is the making actually problem for our career? So that is why I would like to say you that in the global education, if you only focus on the academic syllabus, then you cannot ensure the empowering education for excellence in the performance, even for the business or for educating or for ensuring the good learning for the students also. So in that case, I am very serious to request all my students. Basically, they should have the basic on all topics, either they are using now or not. Maybe now they will not use, but later on they will use it. But they should have, because if you are not going to have basic of many issues, what will happen when you will need, then it will be very tough for you to go ahead or to take decision or to contribute in the decision making process. Suppose sometime you are the member of any committee, of a group, of a team, then you cannot share your ideas. So you have a, I think, basic of many things. Also you have a practical. Then it will help you to boost up your career, to contribute in the society, to help the people. Even you will be the asset for the institute, for the company, for the society, for the country. If you want to be the powerful person, or I think asset or valuable thing, then you cannot ignore the practical knowledge also. You cannot ignore the what is happening surrounding you or around you. In that case, as we are the part of the society, so we should have, we should keep developing our skill, knowledge. So what does it mean actually? Skill, knowledge on what? On many issues. Either it is external or internal. So external environments, we know also many parts. Internal also many. So all should have. So that is why I would like to highlight here that if you want to get a better, career, you want to be the stronger, and you want to be the very professional individual in future. So you have to just keep learning, and you have to get the very practical knowledge. Even you should also just be very serious that I will not ignore anything, whatever before me. Suppose today's conference, somebody can think, no need to just pay heed to this. This is not my issue, or not like that actually. You can check. Maybe it can help you later on. So that is why I would like to define what is actually empowering education. What is actually the motto of the today's conference. Basically, I said you just before one thing, gap in education. So in the second sentence, here, what is actually the empowering education? Empowering education is improving the skill of the students or learners or the society people, anybody. So if you are going to improve our skill on various disciplines, using, I think, various methodologies, then you will be very strong to reduce the gap in education, in the learning process. You, me, all should learn. So what we should learn, what we need, what is the need for the society, what is the need for the country, what is the need for the business, what is the need for the, I think, all issues, I think, the part of the society. So need, I don't know. So I have to search the need, and I have to take action for the for fulfilling the need. So that is why I'm working in, I have a business in Canada Institute, even in Malaysia also. I am also working in Bangladesh. So I have an institute of Bangladesh also. So basically my focus to reduce the gap. So I am just offering many professional courses for my organization. For why? To reduce gap. If we can reduce the gap, then a student will be the asset for the society, and they will be very powerful. And a lot of people will search them, come to me, help me, give me decision, give me advice. So you should be like that. That is why all the universities should focus on this to ensure the very practical teaching, practical knowledge they should give to the students, and students should also learn. So that is why I just shared some points here, the interdisciplinary approach. This is actually, suppose sometime we are going to tour, even sometimes we are making a cultural program, sometimes we have a club, sometimes we have joining some team building activities, even interpersonal, even some I think co-curriculum activities also. So this is interdisciplinary approach also we cannot avoid. That is also learn. That is also helpful to teach us. We can develop our knowledge from these. So then second, on innovative programs also. There are a lot of innovative programs. Suppose like Math Olympiad, sometime we are making some competition, some, writing competition like this, or essay writing, or a lot of things. So innovative programs also helpful to decide this education, that means syllabus of the books or syllabus of the course. So this is also part of the learning. So then curriculum, already our last speaker already mentioned something and explained curriculum should be like that, and he already said the three points here. So how what should we do for curriculum? Curriculum should be very practical way you should design, and you should focus on this. So you cannot avoid that any part of the society, not only focus on the books only. Just beside this, curriculum will be so strongly designed and developed that will help me to learn much more, even when I will be there in the practical field, working in a company or anywhere or doing business, even developing my knowledge, even developing my thinking power or business philosophy. Even if I go for mentoring, then also that curriculum also will help me. So even next one is infrastructure and facilities. As my time is very limited, so I would like to go so fast. Don't worry about it. Infrastructure and the facilities, actually infrastructure should be very good, because now we cannot avoid. Suppose we don't have computer lab and very dynamic one, or we don't have digital lab or digital library or digital facilities. So what will happen, that students will not be very familiar with the AI or even with the with the people psychology, even we will not be very much familiar with some modern technology. So AI is already discussed today. AI is very important. Many things, many offices, many work, many transport, even many businesses also AI based, because everything is just is a command based, program based. So we cannot, either student from the suppose he or she can be from any discipline, so on, but he or she should know. Suppose when we are going to use train, from one place to another place, we are going to use plane, one place to another place. So we cannot avoid AI. Though I am worker, or though I am very small officer, or though I am not general people, I cannot, because I have to buy ticket. I have to use my card. I have to use my modern technology, because I am moving one place to another place. So all students should know. It doesn't mean that only PhD holder will know. It doesn't mean that only the master's holder will know. No, any student, even any student, suppose only the school completed or high school educated like this. So he or she should know also AI, even the facilities, even the modern technology, even the computer, even we are using mobile. Sometimes we are joining Zoom or Google Meet. If we don't have basic, how can we do? Sometimes some people cannot. Even last day I had a class for supply chain people. So one student cannot join. He has a problem in his tech devices. So if he know how to operate it, then nothing is wrong to him. So that way, if you don't have this very good knowledge about the AI or modern technologies, or I think computer or digital issues, then what will happen? The devices will not help you, and your learning will be interrupted. You will not learn many things. So all of you, I would like to request, who are today listening my speech, I will say you, please don't avoid anything. Rather, get motivation. Rather, be serious that I will learn. Either I use or not. Either I go for this or not. Either it is my part or not. Either it is not very much similar to my issues or not. But we should learn. So inquiry-based approach, actually. What does it mean, inquiry-based? Sometimes you should ensure that a student should think, and you should allow the student to think. What will happen? They will give you very good feedback. Even that will help you to just keep the thing in their filter, in their brain. If you are not going to ensuring the interactive, session, or if you are not going to think for any issue, if you don't allow them to, even if you don't allow them to, think about your issue or you are giving, then they will not be able to just memorize that. So that is why I'm saying you that inquiry-based approach is also very important. These are actually very already discussed by our last speaker. Okay, Then education evolution. This is interactive learning environments we should have, and integration of technology. Already I said integration of technology. A lot of I already discussed, and cultural responses, teaching responsive. This is also important. That culture also important. If you go for Middle East, you will see some work is very inverse with the you. Sometimes we are studying from suppose right to left, but they are studying maybe left to right. Say for example, that sometimes reverse. So this is cultural issue. So these are a lot of things culturally differ from one country to another country, one society to another society, one a race to another race. So we should have the very good knowledge on this. We should keep learning also. That will help us for fostering our business, work, or anything else. Then actually education revolution. There are 4 parts here I am mentioning. Okay. So accessible. Actually, we should have the accessibility in the to the many our sources to learn, to develop our skill, and that should be also suited to all. Because if not like that, the design is not like that, then what will happen? People will ignore it, people will avoid. So that is why we should have. That means that should also suit it, and all background or special needs. Actually, background, should be our background should be very strong, and our knowledge should be also good enough so that we can fulfill our needs. That should be also to need to the people also. If they don't think that this is not their need, then they will avoid it. So whatever actually our need, either it is general or special, but we should have the very, I think, good knowledge on it. And sense of acceptance also as a learner we should have. Even for the management issue, who are actually operating the universities or colleges or educational sectors, they should have these. Even the learners should have, because if we not grow the sense of this, then what will happen? We will not accept the very good thing. Sometimes very good thing we will avoid. Sometimes we will reject some very important issue. Sometimes we will accept some very normal issue. We will be very concerned about that. That is why sense of acceptance is also very important, and we should have the also the knowledge on it. What is better, what is less important, what is more important. If we don't have, then we cannot pick the right one. So professionalism development, in the case, we should develop the our soft skill. How we can do? If we want to do soft skill, we can get. Suppose today we are listening some speeches from the speakers or from the keynote speakers. So we are getting some idea. So this is actually giving us the soft skill also. So we should have the communication. So one thing is here very important, that if you don't have the very good social network, or if you don't have the social account, suppose Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn or other, so what will happen? That you will not connect the people. Even you cannot learn. Even people cannot know you. You cannot know the other. So if you don't know other, you cannot contact them. You cannot fulfill your need. So if people need to fulfill their need, then also they can contact you, because you are maybe expert in some areas, or you are a supplier of anything, or you are a producer of anything. So these are social need. The communication is very important. We cannot. All the students, I would like to request them, say, please, you should maintain your social networking, because that will give you much more you cannot imagine. We are getting, who are now today here, I think seniors, we are realizing every day the networking, is very important. And for networking, communication, you can communicate through the networking actually. So then teamwork also very important. That means where you are working, you should have consider the benefit of other. You should be the helping hand to other. Even you shouldn't be that. You shouldn't be the conservative. That I will think myself. No, you should think other. When you will think other, then they will think you. This way you will have a very good team building. If actually no need to be leader, but at least leadership role you should play what will happen? Then you will ensure very good teamwork there. So that is why it will help you. Even problem solving in that case, also that suppose you are not manager, but you are assistant manager. So manager should, look after the whole team, but you are not responsible. Say for example, so what you should do? You should also help your junior if he or she is suffering for anything. But this is not your job, but you shouldn't avoid it. Rather, you should contact that guy and try to help him or her. So this is what will happen. You will get help from your seniors also, and they will also help you. So this way, actually, problem will be solved. Even for problem solving, you should also think, what can you do? Even you can consult with your seniors. Even sometimes juniors can give you very good input. So this way, problem should be solved, and you should have the problem solving skill. When you will get it, then your professionalism will be very high. That means everybody will love you, everybody will remember you, and this way you can be also a good part of the society. And interpersonal skill, actually these are very correlated and very interdependent and very strongly, just connected with this. So interpersonal skill like this, you should have the skill that you can communicate your juniors, considering their requirement, consider even honoring them, even just you should have the very good training on it also, how to do that. So even for a senior, we have a hierarchy like this, upward and downward. So we should have a very good, I think, knowledge on it, how to ensure the interpersonal skill among the team, even among your, I think, in your area who are actually connected with you. So these are actually you can develop your soft skill. Soft skill actually very important nowadays, because now we are suffering in some industries, some areas, some institute, because if there is any gap for soft skill, then there is a harmonious relationship among the workers or professionals, even the team members. So that is why a lot of companies nowadays, they are offering a lot of soft skill, a training session. This is even some companies offering every month, maybe even sometime yearly 2 times from the international speaker. So soft skill, we cannot avoid it. We should do, and we should keep doing. And we should now from the university, we should give them the importance of it. So the next one after graduation, they can just do that and they can continue. And I think if they get the importance from the university, then later on they will give the importance on it and they will keep learning. That will help them for their, I think, their professional work. So education concept is here. It's a lifelong. Okay.
Sorry,
so
2 minutes left.
Oh, okay. Actually, I'm saying that we should keep learning all the time. That means learning is not, there is no actual limitation. So if we stop it, then we will suffer for that. So I would like to request all of you that you should ensure that your life for learning, not teaching. If you are learning, then you will learn. If you think you are teacher, your learning will be stopped. I don't think that I am teacher, rather I am learner. Till now I am learning. And when you will keep learning, then you will get development. So then conclusion, actually, as my time is very limited, so I would like to say you the conclusion that what we are doing, we should actually work together, and we should be serious about our empowering education, even instilling excellence, even fostering our professionalism. These 3 parts is very important. So that is why our today's topic will guide us to get it. So if you are very serious to get quality education in your life, quality education means not only books. Quality education, that means what you need, you should do. That is why you should prepare yourself. You should prepare. If you are a teacher, then you should prepare your students. If you are the student, then you should prepare yourself. Then you will, I think, get a confidence in your career and ability to read, just solve the problems. Even reduce the complexity, even I think make the things very easy. So I would like to request all of you that today's conference, you are lucky, and I feel lucky also joining here. This is very important. I think at last I will say you just keep learning. When you will keep learning, you will get, I think, very good career in your future. You will not, I think, that means your learning will not disappoint you anymore. Thank you very much. Do you have any question, please? Or I can wait, right, for the question session.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Moniruzaman, for the very comprehensive and informative presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, we shall continue with the second presentation in this session. Before that, it is now my pleasure to introduce our second guest speaker, Ibu Dr. Rina Wahyu Setianingrum, MED. So her educational background starts from the Diplomatry in English program from Brawijaya University of Malang. And then she held her Bachelor of English department from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, and then continued her Master of Education in Bilingual Education from Rangsit University in Thailand. And lastly, she held Doctor of Language and Literature Education from State University of Surabaya, Indonesia. She has been very active in research and community service, and one of some of the achievements that she has was Erasmus Plus awardee, teaching staff at Universidad de Murcia in Spain. She was past lecturer of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, and some others. So without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Ibu Dr. Rina Wahyu Setianingrum, MED.
Thank you very much for the Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to give my presentation. It is about translanguaging as scaffolding for young learners' interaction in internationally tailored classroom. Okay, Bapak Ibu, I would like to stand up. Okay. After talking about education in brief and about technology and also methodology in education just now, we have known that we have to pay attention to the way we are teaching. Yeah, we have to look back. Well, how is our teaching? And one thing that you have to remember is about our creativity in teaching. Well, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to focus on teaching English to young learners, and particularly it is related to the situation in internationally tailored classroom. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to again focus in internationally tailored education or internationally tailored program, and next, I will also provide examples about the practice in Indonesian setting. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to introduce translanguaging. Okay. Translanguaging, it is a situation when the teacher and also the students use languages, not only one language, although the setting of education is English medium education. Yeah, we have to move little bit. We have to move little bit from the idea of foreign language. When we are talking about English as a foreign language, then it is related to the way we are teaching English and use the target language for teaching. We have to imagine now that when we ask our students and we are teaching using the target language, how is the student feeling? And also how is the result of education if the student got anxiety in using the language. Actually, it's not only the student anxiety, but also the teacher's anxiety. Okay, by translanguaging, which is allowing teachers and also students to use language that or languages that they know in the class, then it will decrease the student anxiety, because when they want to know something, they want to say something, they can use English as the medium of communication. Well, from the presentation, from the slides that I have already provided to you, you can see, okay, you can see that in early childhood education, the teacher, when the teacher provide opportunity for them to use the languages that they know in the class, then they will be very happy. The setting that I have provided to you is in internationally tailored school, means that the curriculum use is the curriculum of international education, which mandatory for them, in which it is mandatory for them to use English. And commonly they believe that it is English only policy in the classroom. Okay, when it is English only policy in a classroom, you can imagine again that it is difficult for the children to say something, or maybe they don't want to say anything because they have to speak in English. Okay, by translanguaging, then if the student would like to say something in Bahasa Indonesia, in the context of Indonesian education, they are allowed to use Bahasa Indonesia. Sometimes, spontaneously, they are not only using Bahasa Indonesia and also English, but they are also using their local language. Okay. I cannot move the slide, Mas. Please help me. Next. Okay. Well, we have to pay attention to what we have to prepare when we would like to practice translanguaging in the classroom. Again, we have to pay attention that the student and teacher languages repertoire are practiced over here. The first one is about language flexibility. Okay, as translanguaging can be planned, it is not like planning in a lesson plan, like what language and also what words that the teacher should say, but at least the teacher has already planned that I will say my greeting. I will greet the student by using English. Then I will give the student a perception by using English also. Then when come to the material, when I say or share the material, I should use Bahasa Indonesia. With the setting in internationally class program, the teacher is teaching not only English, use English for teaching English, but also the teacher should teach mathematics and also science, also history using English. So flexibility of the language is very important. The next one is multilingual resources. When we come to the materials, we come to the session of providing students with materials, then we have to know that in learning science, student is not only given the table, for instance, or not only given the concept of particular things, but the teacher can include multilingual resources such as what is practiced by one of the teacher in my research. One of the teachers in my research is using local folklore. So, using local folklore. What is meant by using local folklore? The teacher is trying to link the content of local folklore, which is of course the local folklore is written in Bahasa Indonesia, and then presenting, telling the story to the student using English, and link the content of the material, the content of the story to science content. Okay, it can be done like that. Okay, the next one is flexible language practices. Flexible language practices, providing students use flexibility in language, in using the language, both with teachers and also with their peers in the classroom. The next one is code switching. Translanguaging. Under translanguaging, there is also the concept of code switching. In the class, with translanguaging practice, both teacher and students have their own intention in using the language. They know when they have to use English, and they know when they have to use Bahasa Indonesia or other local language or other language used in education in particular place. Okay. By the ability of shifting from one language to the other, the communication can roll better. The next, the language awareness. The language awareness can be raised in a situation when translanguaging is practiced in the classroom, because the student will be aware, they get awareness. They get awareness to whom I have to speak using this language, and to whom I have to speak using the other language, So they are aware. For instance, when I'm teaching in a bilingual school in Thailand, all students have known that while teaching, while communicating with me, they have to use English. While they are communicating with their teachers, Thai teachers, and then they have to use Thai. When the question is in English, the student will answer it in English. When the question is in Thai language, they will answer it in Thai language. The last one is about home language support. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to remember about our experience when we are teaching online. With young learners, when the teacher is teaching online to young learners, at home, they are accompanied by their parents or their caregivers. They often have a discussion with their parents or also their caregiver related to the thing that they are discussing in the Zoom meeting. Well, I spotted one situation when the student is talking to the father using local language to prepare answering the question from the teacher, but it came up with the situation that it surprised me, that the student is using English when answering the question from the teacher. So the process is using the home language, Japanese, and then when it is said or when it is performed to the teacher, then it is using English. This is one of the illustration in translanguaging classroom, or in a classroom where translanguaging is practiced. Okay, I would like to provide example about how translanguaging can be practiced in a classroom. Well, Bapak Ibu, I did a research in 3 Islamic primary school. All of the school implemented international class program, and then I researched on the translanguaging used by the teachers and students in 3 science classroom, and the students are at that moment was in grade 1. So grade 1 classroom, in grade 1 international classroom, and then learning science and practicing translanguaging. By doing observation and also in-depth interview to the teachers, Then I used thematic analysis, and then finally I found out that the teacher used translanguaging strategies. Okay, well, please be informed that translanguaging strategies actually can be planned, but sometimes it's emerge when the teaching and learning activities happen. So the teacher said that I found the strategy when I was teaching, when I was in a class, when I'm teaching with student, then one which worked with the student I should follow. Okay. Now, from the findings, I found that teacher-initiated translanguaging through explanatory strategy was practiced by the teachers. Okay, the teacher used explanatory strategy for agreement, and then for compliments, for explanations, as well as for questions. Okay, here, as a questions is also one of the strategy in attracting the student attention, then in asking the question, the teacher used more referential questions other than display question. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that if it is referential question, it invites the students' understanding about particular content. Well, here in this class, I could see that the teacher and also the student use 3 languages. The first one is English, the second one is Bahasa Indonesia, and the third one is Arabic. In the science classroom, the teacher used English in form of song, ask the student to sing along, and the song is about the content of the science, like the weather, about the weather. When the student is learning about something to eat or about plan that the student and teacher can cook for foods, then the teacher provide the student with ayah in the Holy Quran, and they got the message from the ayah that people should eat good foods that have been provided by the nature. And Bahasa Indonesia is still in use. Ladies and gentlemen, previously when the teacher didn't know that they can use the other languages in the class, they were so anxious about their teaching. They think that, is it possible for me to use other languages than English? Is it okay that my student is not using English in class, and so on and so forth? The other example, the teacher also used managerial strategy. Managerial strategy is used for managing the teaching learning activities. I have already provided you with the example how the teacher is using English, the student is using Bahasa Indonesia, and how the teacher is also using Arabic in the session, in almost every session of greeting or in starting the class. This is what I call as planning the translanguaging. So the translanguaging can be planned when like, I will always use English when I greet my student. I will use always English when I do a perception, and so on and so forth. Okay. In managerial strategy, instead of only using the language, but the teacher is also providing the student with manner of using the language, like using polite expressions, for the students, providing student with example of using polite expressions. The next one is how the students use translanguaging in a class? Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, you can see from the examples. Yeah, from the conversation, from the interaction between student and teachers over there, you can see that spontaneously the student can use Javanese. The student use Javanese spontaneously. Yeah, is it okay or is it allowed by the teacher? Yeah, it is allowed by the teacher as long as it is in a frame of learning. Okay. Well, you can see from here that translating question raised by teacher, asking question the teacher for clarification and using first and local language to respond to the teacher question or statements. Okay. In some moment of learning, usually students would like to say something, but they're afraid of using the other language, as they have been labeled that they are student in international class. Okay, so back in 2008, 2009, when RSBI initiative of international program in Indonesia was practiced, the teacher and student initiative is very high because they just know that they have to use English as the medium of instruction. If you know and you observe of one or some classes at that moment, the teacher also got like anxiety in using the language. The thing that they could do is only translating words per word from Bahasa Indonesia into English to label the class to be international. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, from 3 examples, like strategies employed by the teachers and strategy employed by the students, it makes possible for us to conduct internationally based classroom, although it is in a very earlier in primary level. Like what I did, the data that I have got is from primary school level, and it is in grade 1. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to see what does the teacher say related to translanguaging. Okay, with young learners, the teacher should pay attention not only to the languages that they use, but also to the strategy, the other strategy that they have to take. The first and foremost is about media, teaching media. So the teacher should pay attention to the teaching media that they use, or they can say it as they use semiotic resources for supporting their teaching. Yeah, they briefly say that, I can do that, I have to put this and that, I have to include this and that in my teaching. But actually, later on, we will see that they also anxious about their teaching. Okay, one of the teachers said that using Bahasa Indonesia is bridging the student knowledge with the student language ability and the student understanding on the content. So, Bahasa Indonesia still used, and it is in internationally based classroom. Okay, the next one, the teacher said that participation in the teaching and learning activity when we are translanguaging in a classroom is very important. The student the students should participate actively in the teaching and learning activity, since they are allowed to use the languages that they know. Okay, it is some facts. The slide provides some facts in Indonesian setting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesian university, in Faculty of Education, we haven't found that there is a program providing for the teacher, for specialist teacher who would like to teach in internationally based classroom. Yeah, there is no pre-service teaching activities like biology teacher is provided some courses or in putting like content and language integrated learning in a curriculum of biology study program, of chemistry, history, mathematics, and so on and so forth, so that the teacher will be ready when they are assigned to teach in internationally level. And of course, it is also one thing that we have to remember, that we should provide in Faculty of Education, should provide the student, the teacher, prospective teacher who are ready to teach not only in the country but also abroad. Okay, short training is not enough for them, and the teacher would like to have training, particular training in using languages in international classroom. The last is about conclusion and implication. One of the implication from my study that I would like to say is asking higher education institution to provide curriculum to prepare the teachers to prepare prospective teachers to teach in internationally based classroom. And I do believe it is possible, it is very feasible, it is feasible for doing that. And also we have a lot of students, prospective students who have English, who have a very good English ability, and they can prepare themselves for internationally based education. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Rina Wahyu Stadingrum, MED. That was a very fruitful presentation. So distinguished guests, moving right along, we have another special guest, Associate Professor Ivy Sarah Mayberowa Arimau, PhD, who will join us in our virtual room from the Philippines. But before that, allow me to briefly introduce her. So she has numerous technical field of expertise, starting from teaching, project management, training needs assessment, gender and development, as well as computer literacy. Her academic qualifications start from the Bachelor of Science in Social Work, Mindanao State University. She holds her Master in Public Administration from Mindanao State University, and lastly, Doctor in Public Administration from Mindanao State University. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Ibu Dr. Ivy Sarah Mayberowa Arimau. Professor, the time is yours.
All right. Assalamualaikum and good morning or good noon to everyone. Am I audible? Okay. So can I now share my slide?
Yeah, sure.
My presentation? All right. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. So allow me to present factors contributing to the academic performance of students, the case of Mindanao State University, Marawi City, Philippines, in relation to the character education. So the Mindanao State University, or MSU, is a public university established in 1961 in Marawi City, here in the Philippines. It is with a special mandate to integrate the Muslims and other cultural communities into the mainstream body politic and to produce skilled human resources. The Mindanao State University has developed through the years, being a university offering a quality education with the highest standards of excellence, as indicated by high passing rates in licensure examinations and graduates who are highly sought after by employees because of their competence, hard work, resilience, and many other traits. Higher education authorities and institutions, academics, academic development practitioners, researchers, and others recognize that there is an increasing number and diversity of students accessing higher education. But do we really know who these students are? The type of students entering higher education, but most of us failed to describe some real attributes and life worlds of these students from pre entry or school and family background, the initial entry into university, or their first few weeks or orientation, and their entry into university, which is the teaching and learning environment, and until completion of studies. So, this challenge necessitates intensified efforts at supporting and developing students, particularly those coming from disadvantaged backgrounds. These efforts, however, should take dynamic factors such as pre-entry attributes affecting the academic performance of students as a point of departure. Although contributions that report on and seek to theorize on a range of responses to teaching and learning challenges are needed, contributions and theories on who these students are and what are the factors affecting their academic performance are also equally important. So academic performance serve as a valuable tool not only for educational institutions but also for students and prospective enrollees. Institutions prioritizing excellence place greater emphasis on a student's intellectual capacity and reputation rather than their financial capabilities. So, producing top quality students and graduates elevates our school's reputation, fostering unquestionable prestige and honor. While we are maintaining these highest standards, institutions take pride being recognized for our exemptional students and graduates, earning a reputation synonymous with excellence and intelligence, free from any controversies that could cast doubt upon their standing. The pursuit of quality education is a shared responsibility among educational institutions, involving concerted efforts through programs, projects, and activities. So, in line with this objective, the Mindanao State University, like other higher educational institutions here in the Philippines, prioritizes the maintenance of quality standards by investing in internal mechanisms such as student recruitment and faculty qualification and competence. So, this study focuses on addressing the research problem concerning the factors contributing to the academic performance of Mindanao State University students. This study aims to gain a deeper understanding of its factors, um, identify encountered challenges. Thus, to answer the questions posed in the statement of the problems of the study, this research will come up with a socio-demographic profile of top performing students in terms of age, gender, school, secondary education awards, senior high CGPA, senior high track, aptitude, family income, and college degree program. The proponent considered it very important to know from among the very good students or top students what factors made them perform better in the university. Equally significant to document what are the um, perceived problems, issues, and concerns encountered by the students. Finally, to be able to come up with relevant public policy recommendations or policy directions to improve the academic performance of students as perceived by high performing students as part of university good governance. So, the main objective of the study is to find out factors contributing to the academic performance of Mindanao State University students. The results of the study can provide significant contributions to various individuals and institutions, to include, among others, policymakers. The findings of the study can provide significant contributions to various stakeholders, to include, for example, policymakers, as a source of inputs in the formulation of public policies in the academe in relation to academic performance and learning outcomes. So this study could be a source of information what areas and elements need to be given attention for policy directions in terms of admitting and probably attracting good students in the campus and in providing them best learning environment to students' potentials. Also, for the top management administration, the study results could serve as feedback to top management in university administration on the extent of effectiveness, procedures, and strategies geared towards responsiveness to academic performance as it impacts to Mindanao State University stakeholders. And then the academe and other researchers, the results of the study could contribute to the literature on higher education and on academic performance. The study can provide them with an insight on the operation of the academic performance on the top students from the Mindanao State University, which can be a basis of further studies in the future. So, for the faculty members and students, the findings of the study could give them more information about the academic performance outcomes, which may eventually help in improving their functions. In terms of scope and limitations, for the coverage, the study is limited to the Mindanao State University, presumed to be a representative of other college and universities because they shared common learning characteristics. In terms of methodology, the study is limited to qualitative instruments such as the questionnaire through Google surveys, face to face interviews or structured interview guide, and focus group discussions or FGDs among key informants. For research design, the study primarily adopted a research design that combined quantitative and qualitative methods, quantitative approaches such as surveys, interviews with key informants, and focus group discussions. The utilization of cross sectional survey design was appropriate as the data were collected at a single point in time, allowing for a snapshot of the research variables. So, additionally, considering the availability of data from documents, the study also incorporated an unobtrusive research design. The quantitative aspect of the study involved in the collection and analysis of numerical data, which facilitated the examination of relationships, patterns, and trends among variables. Surveys were employed to gather information from a large sample size, ensuring the representation of diverse perspectives. Statistical methods such as descriptive statistics and hypothesis testing were utilized to derive meaningful insights from the data. So, for the methods, I'm sorry, descriptive statistics such as frequency and percentage were employed in the presentation, analysis, and interpretation of the study findings. So, these statistical measures provided comprehensive overview of the data, allowing for a clear understanding of the distribution and patterns within the data set. The use of frequency allowed for the calculation of the number of occurrences of specific variables or responses, providing a quantitative representation of the participants' characteristics, perceptions, or behaviors. This statistical measure facilitated the identification of trends, commonalities, or variations within the data. Percentage, on the other hand, provided a relative representation of the frequency by expressing it as proportion of the total sample size. For major findings and implication, based on the research questions and study findings, the summary of the major significant findings and implications include: in terms of the profile of the respondents, the study has disclosed that the typical respondent in this study are 19 to 22-year-old students. Accordingly, a student's success is ultimately influenced by several factors beyond just having a good teacher or a motivated student. The way that lessons are taught, class size, parental participation, and social dynamics in a school all have an impact on how well students do. In contrast, the findings showed that a variety of factors influence students' academic performance, with learning skills, parental support, family background, peer pressure, teachers' quality, learning infrastructure, low entry grades, accommodations, student gender, previous assessment grade, student internal assessment grade, GPA, and students' e learning activity being the most important ones. On the other hand, student motivation um, also was mentioned. So it refers to assisting students in acquiring intrinsic motivation. Student motivation is defined as assisting students in giving themselves emotionally, metacognitively, and intellectually to the process of mastering academic material. So the student's level of motivation is really very crucial. So in addition, a variety of factors, including movement, repetition, feedback, stress, and emotions, might affect a person's ability to learn. Learning is not solely a mental process. We experience it all over our body. The process of learning heavily involves each of our senses. Also, students' behavior, learning, and wellness are all impacted by their families, friends, schools, and other larger community. Personal traits like the age, the gender, personality, temperament, and our physical and mental health also have an impact on how we behave. Also, academic performance also considers elements like intellectual capacity, personality, drive, aptitude, interests, study habits, self worth, and the teacher student dynamic. Diverging performance happens when there is a discrepancy between academic performance and the student's anticipated performance. Thus, the most important aspects influencing learning are interest, ability, and motivation. So, more importantly, when it comes to the main issues that the different respondents saw and encountered, many of the respondents critically identified academic problems or concerns or learning difficulties may involve poor study habits, having a learning disorder that makes it difficult to study, organize, and or understand and grasp the course material, test anxiety that results in poor performance on exams, perfectionist thinking that leads to poor performance on exams, and having a learning style that is incompatible with the format of the course instruction. So, for example, if you learn best visually, but the lectures are delivered orally without visual aids. Academics, accessibility, economics, housing conditions, mental health and wellness, and time management are the most typical issues that the students run into. Academic worries are something that students frequently feel. So, all these findings offer valuable feedback to further enhance assessment strategies, driving to continuous improvement and innovation in the education system. For the conclusion and recommendations for future research, considering the major findings and their implications on the identified strengths, areas for improvement and challenges observed throughout the study. So these are the following conclusions and recommendations that may be advanced. The results of this thorough research indicate that instructor mindsets and whether students are given a clear goal and can comprehend their learning journey are the primary determinants of student accomplishment. Teachers have a big impact on whether students have a good or negative attitude regarding their academic success. Two, numerous studies have shown that the main factor influencing academic success is the quality of the teacher. So, teachers must be that influential to students. Three, when students receive the assistance they require, they are better able to concentrate on their academic work, increasing their chances of success. Four, to resolve complaints about academic performance, our schools need to promote open procedures and reduce administrative processes. Immediate action is advised to encourage inclusivity and accessibility for marginalized groups. Policy ideas, including funding professional development and training programs for educators, developing efficient communication channels, and implementing targeted outreach initiatives and scholarship programs. All right, so fifth, in general, many studies have shown evidences of positive results of character education and academic performance, and that according respondents agreed that there is a correlation between moral or character education and academic performance or achievement. So we need to integrate and develop values or character education curriculum in teaching and in the classroom. Teaching of children and adults in a manner that will help them develop variously as moral, civic, good mannered, behaved, nurturant, compassionate, kind, grateful, responsible, healthy, successful, compliant, or socially acceptable beings. It is a goal for schools, districts, and states to teach students the important values that we all share. Some of these values include honesty, respect, responsibility, integrity, perseverance, courage, justice, self discipline, care for others, trustworthiness, fairness, citizenship, patriotism. We all need to be God fearing, resilience, and justice. Good character education can provide ground rules for life for adults and young people, and it stresses the importance of helping children learn and practice behaviors that reflect universal ethical values. Character education helps children and youth, right, become conscious of the right thing to do. So, here in the Philippines, values education was integrated in a subject known as good manners and right conduct, or GMRC, but was removed in the mainstream curriculum for many years already. But considering some problems in society and the many risks that young people have to face, there was clamor to put it back. Thus, very recently, the Philippine government has successfully considered values education or character education for inclusion in its revised Matatag curriculum. This revised curriculum will be implemented next school year, 2023 to 2024. So presently, teaching guide, learning resources, and exemplars are being prepared, as well as teachers training underway to ensure effectiveness of this program and in being an integral part of basic education curriculum. So
I'm
what is the
sorry.
importance of character education in the 21st century?
I'm sorry, Professor, you have 2 minutes left.
I'm sorry.
You have 2 minutes left.
All right, all right. This won't take long. So, giving the next generation the abilities to lead with compassion and boldness and preparing them for their responsibilities as citizens in a society that is growing more and more complex are the ultimate goals of character education in the 21st century. Understanding the need for moral standards in a digital age, this is to include establish mutual respect, understanding online safety, developing critical thinking skills, teaching honesty and integrity. And communication and collaboration for character building, we need to model respectful behavior. So we teachers have to be role models, connecting with families, promoting critical thinking, building trust, creating conversation protocols, and celebrating small successes or wins in life. I would like to end my presentation with this proverb: it takes a whole village to raise a child. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Ivy Saramai Baroa Arimau, PhD. That was a very impressive presentation. We have heard from the three amazing speakers today who have given us different perspectives and insights on various educational topics. So let's give a big round of applause to our invited speakers. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the Q&A session, and let's have questions for the participants. So please raise your hand if you have a question and then wait for the microphone to reach you. Please also state your name and affiliation before asking your question and mention to whom the question is addressed. So, please.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, di sini ya. Yeah, my question to Ibu Rina. Yes. Actually, I have no question, but I'm fresh here, so I make two questions. Okay, Ibu Rina, I think it's interesting topic and presentation, strategy of teaching English for young learners. My question is, how old your students? Yes. How old your students? Yes. I see here an average of their age applicable for your strategy. How old for students? Yeah. And the second one, how many percentage of three languages is used? I see three languages. I see here English, Indonesian and local language. My question, how many percentage here is English dominant rather than Indonesian and local languages, or how? Thank you.
May I know from
yes, I'm Rahman from Universitas Negeri Gorontalo.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Rama.
Thank you.
Would you like to directly answer the questions?
Okay, thank you, Bapak, for the question. The first question is about the age of the students in my research. Okay, Bapak, they are in first grade of primary school. Okay, and they are enrolling for international program class, so internationally tailored program classroom. And they are using, the class is using Cambridge curriculum, and right now they are practicing translanguaging after they know that all the students' language repertoire need to be appreciated. Okay, the student can use the language that they know best. Well, if you want to know about the percentage of the language used in the teaching and learning activities, based on the theory of translanguaging, there is no percentage of using the language or using the languages in the interaction. Based on that theory also, that human brain have been have been divided into some chambers related to the use of the language or ability to use the language. When we practice translanguaging, there are some chambers in our brain that should be related to the use of English, Bahasa Indonesia, Arabic, local languages, and so on. So when the students need to use Bahasa Indonesia, my highlight is the language that they know best. They need to use Bahasa Indonesia, then they can use Bahasa Indonesia in teaching learning activities. The teacher will allow them to use Bahasa Indonesia. But as it is in internationally tailored classroom, the module or the books, all the students and also worksheets are written in English. The presentation, teacher presentation should be in English. Teacher presentation, I mean when they have presentation PPT, for instance, when they have teaching material, it should be in English. But in interaction, they can practice translanguaging. So there has not been research yet how many percent of the language used in the class where translanguaging is practices. Maybe later on you can research about how many percent of the languages used in internationally based classroom. Is that answering your question, Bapak? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you Pak Rama for the great questions from Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. Now, any other questions? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So here I have some questions. The first questions will be for Mr. Moniruzaman. So I'm interested with the things about professional development of teachers. Back then, actually it is based on my experience. So back then, when I joined teacher professional development program, I feel that my skills as teachers have been improved. But after I go back to my school after the program have been done, I think that I don't have any improvement again. Then my question is that how can we as educators ensure that our continuous professional development never stop, especially in the middle of our packed days of teaching? So that was my first question. And then my second question will be for Burina. So, so based on your experience, how can teachers effectively integrate translanguaging strategies into their daily teaching practice to support multilingual class member? And then the second one, I'm interested when you mentioned about content language integrated learning, then how can we effectively implement content language integrated learning when we know that our students have diverse level of language? So those are my questions. Thank you.
Can you mention your name and affiliation?
Oh yeah, I'm Laila from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Okay, thank you very much, Laila. Bapak Dr. Moniruzaman, so we have one question addressed for you from Laila, one of the participants. She is asking how to continuously develop the professional development program for teachers, because sometimes when she got the program she feel better, but then when go back to the institution she doesn't feel it anymore. So Dr. Moniruzaman, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Basically, here we have basically a lot of programs in our, if you visit our website, ICEdu or CBIA or AFAP, these all three in Canada. Now I am staying in Malaysia. We have also CPA Malaysia. And in Bangladesh, we have BISM, Bangladesh Issue of Supply Chain Management. Basically, all these five, we are offering professional programs, totally based on professional and practical, not theory. So you are a teacher of a university. If you want to just very knowledgeable expert, that means if you want to increase your expertise, in that case you have to do some courses related to your career or your degrees or your field, that means where you are working, what you are doing. Basically, I am not sure about it. I don't know. So then if I know your course, your background and your function, what you are doing now, which course you are taking or which subject you are just teaching, so then I suggest you these courses you can do. So my question is, if you recognize your need, your field or your area, then if you search in Google or in social media, you will get a lot of programs. Name, even in YouTube you can learn also. From Google you can learn also. Besides this, you can join many universities or institute who are offering some professional certification course. Even from Malaysia also doing my course. Some people, they are appreciating, from Canada also appreciating. So India or sometimes Jordan, sometimes Oman. Sometimes I'm getting a student from Algeria, even Bangladesh also, a lot of people. So what we are getting actually, if you have, I think, a strong intention to develop your skill in your professional career, then you can check which area you are not expert enough, you need to develop. Then you can search or you can contact who are actually connected with you, either in LinkedIn. Even if you have a LinkedIn page, then you can connect some people. There are a lot of professionals and you can text them. And I think they will reply you. Even they will help you how to develop your skill. So I think you got the point. If you need any support from our organization or from me, you can also text me or email me. I think I can give you or guide you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munir Zaman. Is that answer your question? Okay, so now we come to the second question directed to Ibu Rina. So how to integrate the translanguaging into daily teaching practice? And the second one is how to practice the CLIF. Ibu Rina, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. The first question is about how translanguaging is practiced and how effective is translanguaging is practiced in a classroom. Okay, translanguaging is commonly practiced in subject classrooms. Means that it is in classes where English is used for studying or for learning the subject like mathematics, science, and history. The content. And right now, from my previous research, the teacher actually didn't know that they are allowed to use some different languages as an additional language for learning using English. So they have known that English only policy is there, so that they should use only English for teaching. But after some sharing related to translanguaging, and they found that translanguaging is feasible for teaching young learners, actually for especially young learners, science and also mathematics, they found that it is good if I practice translanguaging. In practicing translanguaging, the process is not only translating from English to another language, but the end point of practicing translanguaging is understanding. If the student got understanding about the content that they are learning, you have to remember that it is not English classes, but it is subject class, so that if the student got good performance in particular subject, then translanguaging is effective. Okay. The student can use to answer the question using English, although while learning, while discussing, they can use their own language. Second one is about content and language integrated learning, or CLIL. There are four frameworks that we have to know about content and language integrated learning. So in CLIL, 4 frameworks like content, communication, culture, and also cognitive should be put together. So when we would like our students to get the opportunity or to get the good result of their learning, means cognitive, then the teacher should integrate culture and also communicative way in teaching. That's why in CLIL classroom, the students got the opportunity of knowing things related to the subject, not only from the content of the subject, but also from the activities prepared by the teacher. So 4 C's for content and language integrated learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Rina, for the answer. Yeah, apparently we have some other questions, but unfortunately, due to limited time, we need to end the discussion session. So distinguished guests, we come to the final part of this session. I would like to thank to our speakers once again for their time and expertise. We also had some lively and interesting discussion and questions from the audience. Thank you for your active involvement and contributions. And finally, I would like to also thank you all for joining us today. I hope you find this session inspiring and rewarding. So allow me to recite one pantun in English version. So today we are here for the international conference. Cakep. With interesting topic of empowering education excellence. Here we shall explore educational insights and trends. Not to miss out, we also mingle and make friends. So see you all everyone, over to you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. Before we move to the next session, would like to conferring the certificate to Ibu Rina. Ibu Rina, could you please stay on the stage first? Yeah, would like to conferring the certificate to Ibu Dr. Rina Wahyu Setianingrum. Ibu Erlina. Ibu Erlina. Ibu Erlina, are you still here? Oh yeah, Ibu. Okay, thank you very much Ibu Rina and also Ibu Erlina. And we also would like to conferring the online certificate to Mr. Moniruz Zaman and also Associate Professor Ivy Sarah PhD. The certificate will be displayed on the screen. Mr. Moniruz Zaman and also Professor Ivy Sarah. For Professor Ivy Sarah. Okay, please give a round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session we have Mr. Pradana Boy ZTF, PhD, and also Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamrul Hasan, and also Mr. Ahdi Hasan. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Fahrudin Mukhlis. Time is yours.
Thanks for the time, dear Master of Ceremony, Honorable the Vice Rector 1 of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Samsul Arifin, and Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Trisakti Handayani MM, and Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Islamic Studies, Dr. Khazin MSI, and Your Excellency, distinguished speakers, dear participants, committees, and ladies and gentlemen, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, wal aqibatu lil muttaqin, wa la udwana illa ala dhalimin. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ilahul awwalin والآخرين وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أفضل الأنبياء والمرسلين. Thank you very much for joining us at this distinguished forum of the International Conference on Education under the title Empowering Education Excellence, Trends and Insight for a Better Professionalism at our beloved campus, the University of Muhammadiyah Malang. And we have actually two prominent invited speakers who will deliver their speech in both offline and online. So I am Fakhruddin. I am glad to be here as the moderator in this session. So I will not prolong my words, and I will call the first speaker. And before that, I will inform that, please be informed, for each presenter has about 15 to 20 minutes to deliver their speech. And after all, will be conducted in about 15 minutes for Q&A. And I will call the first presenter is Associate Professor Muhammad Kamrul Hasan. He is Associate Professor at English Language Institute, United International University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Good afternoon, Professor. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Okay.
Okay. How are you, Professor?
I'm doing great. What about you?
Okay, Alhamdulillah. And before the time for Professor Kamrul Hasan to deliver their speech, I will recite only brief CV. He is Associate Professor at English Language Institute, United International University at Dhaka, Bangladesh. And he got his PhD at the University of Utara, Malaysia by 2018. And he has 100 works. One of them, his research on and project on language management. So please inform, Professor, the duration is still the same for 15 to 20 minutes for the presentation. So, and thank you. Please welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamrul Hasan. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm privileged and honored to be here. And still Salamat Pagi from Bangladesh. The topic of my presentation today is undergraduates' communicative proficiency in tourism English vis-a-vis communicative language teaching. So this is the abstract I have, and I submitted to you guys. The tourist and hospitality sectors are increasing in need of English-speaking professionals. The objective of this study was to investigate the influence of implementing cognitive language teaching on developing undergraduates' communicative competence in tourism in English as a foreign language classroom. A mixed method research design was employed by these researchers. For the free test, which is oral-based and paper-based, we have got post-test and pre-questionnaire, oral-based and paper-based. And we have got focus group discussion, focus group interviews, and post-questionnaires. So we have got 80 undergraduates from Bangladesh, from university from Bangladesh are enlisted. They participate in the study. The paired and sample t-test and descriptive analysis was used to analyze the quantitative data. A thematic analysis was used to analyze quantitative data. Findings showcase that considerable improvements in students' communicative competence are found in both oral-based test and paper-based test. Their viewpoints, their perception of the communication skills echoed the findings, corroborated the findings. Yes? Can you hear me?
Can you enlarge your PowerPoint? Perhaps you change to mode slideshow. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the findings showcase that the considerable improvements in students' communicative competence were found in both oral-based test and paper-based test. Their perceptions, that means their viewpoints, their point of views of their communication skills. I mean, after getting this communicative language testing, right? They corroborated the findings, that echoed the findings. The study's conclusion suggested that communicative language testing improves their communicative proficiency, boosts their self-esteem, expedites students' English learning in tourism English. In the end, this study makes useful pedagogical recommendations. Okay, let's talk about the scenario of English in the world, and then we'll come down to Bangladesh. At present, English is treated as lingua franca. I mean, we know that lingua franca means it's a common language. It's spoken by those people who have different mother tongues, right? Okay, and not only in business, academics, trade and tourism, practice, other spheres of global events, use English is for communication. So English in business field, academics, trade, tourism, international politics, other spheres of global events. According to Trump, for the tourism industry, a strong command of English is in particular is indispensable. So according to Trump, this English is so important. So it also, when you talk about tourism English, it is also indispensable. It is inevitable. It's very essential. All right. So as a result, it has been noticed increased global focus on improving the English communication skills of tourism professionals. Okay, so let's talk about this tourism. Those are visiting Bangladesh before the pandemic. Actually, Bangladesh was experiencing a steady increase in foreign tourists or foreign visitors. In 2018, the nation welcomed 5.53 lakhs visitors. So this is the source I got from Bangladesh Tourism Board, and it has been given in Daily Star, the prominent newspaper in Bangladesh. Okay, without a doubt, Bangladeshi tourism industry professionals frequently communicate with overseas tourism in English. Okay, so without a doubt, Bangladeshi tourism industry professionals frequently communicate with overseas tourists in English. Right? Those who are coming to Bangladesh, I mean, those who are tourism professionals, those are working in tourism sector, they communicate in English because English is treated as a foreign language in our country. It's not even a second language. So whenever we do not use English outside of our classroom. Generally, we learn English in our classroom. So we treat English as a foreign language. So English professionals, those who are working in English sectors, tourism sectors, they use English with the foreign tours. And the demand for English-speaking professionals in Bangladesh tourism sector is rising. But the supply is not keeping up with the market demand. So English-speaking professionals in Bangladesh, their demand is actually they are must to be required to in this sector. But we do not have enough professionals. We do not have the enough supply according to the market demand. Okay, and along with that thing, the intermediate level of English proficiency among Bangladeshi college students do not meet the requirements for global tourist sector. And if you check out that their English proficiency, they do not up to the mark. They do not meet the global tourist sector. I mean, the standard of the global tourist sector. Moreover, students lack English communication skills necessary to work successfully in the tourism industry. So when you talk about the English proficiency, the English also is not up to the level. Their English proficiency is inadequate to work and successfully intern. I'm talking about these university students who are studying tourism, right? So it is crucial to increase Bangladeshi undergraduates' communicative proficiency in tourism English in order to bridge the knowledge gap between what the tourism sector needs and what students learn in universities. So let's talk about the next slide. However, current research on English for tourism and leisure purpose, which primarily focuses on curriculum design, textbook analysis, vocabulary acquisition, and need analysis, and learning perceptions. And there is a lack of research interest in teaching strategies for foreign students' communicative competence in tourism English. So fortunately, communicative language teaching or communicative-based approach to language instruction has the pedagogical components required to meet learners' communication demands while learning tourism English. So generally, we use this communicative language teaching or communicative language learning in terms of English, in the like those are doing in majors, or those are measured in English, or those who are taking as a fundamental courses. But in the tourism sector, it has not been worked. It has been not employed. So this is something the research knowledge we are trying to find out. So now communicative language teaching priorities a large scale input output learning environment, which is learner centered, dynamic, and active. If we talk about this grammatization method, we find that this communicative language teaching is learner centered, and dynamic and active. So these are the objectives, research objectives about this article. Is there any significant difference between the students' cognitive proficiency in tourism English scores on the paper-based pre-test and post-test before and after the cognitive language testing was implemented? So here, actually, we're going to talk about where even though we used a mixed method, but talking about the pre-test, post-test. So is there any significant difference when we have paper-based pre-test and also post-test? So second research question relates that does the performance on the oral-based pre-test and post-test of students' communicative proficiency in tourism English before and after the application of communicative language testing show a meaningful relationship or not? So even we have used second research question relates that we have got pre-test, post-test, and this is based on oral test, oral post-test. Do you have any significant difference between them, any relationship between them? That's the second research question related to us. Now, the third research question is that, okay, how do students in communicative language testing English, tourism English course view their growth in communication skills? So what are their perceptions? So we, in order to measure their perception, we used questionnaire, right? I used questionnaire, I mean, in my research. So you're talking about participants? Yes, we had 80 English as a foreign language. Bangladeshi college students are enlisted. They are enrolled. They took part in the focus group interviews, pre-test, both written and oral, pre-questionnaires, both and post-questionnaire, both written and oral, and post-questionnaires, right? And the duration of the, okay, so we had classes, 2 classes, like which one group got this control, another group did not, one is control group, other group got the treatment. So it is pre-test, post-test thing. So the duration of the course collection was 16 weeks. So it is 3.5 months, more than that. And we have got pre-test and post-questionnaires to identify, to assess the perception of the students, right? And 12 we employed 12-week communicative language testing instruction. And next, over the next slide, please. Then we have got post-test and post-questionnaires to understand the viewpoint of the students. Then we have got focus group interviews, right? Okay, then have, and in talking about analysis of the data, we used descriptive analysis, and pair sample t-test was used to assess the quantitative data. So this is purely quantitative and little bit of qualitative in terms of focus group discussion right? We use this one. And thematic analysis was used to analyze qualitative data from the focus group interviews. Okay, I hope it's clear. Okay, so let's talk about the second, let's talk about the first research question, how we've done it, and then talk about the methodology, result discussion, everything. The researcher modified the paper-based course test from the course book in order to investigate the first research question. That is, the first research question is that, is there any significant relationship between the scores in the paper-based pre-test or post-test of undergraduates' communicative competence in tourism English, before and after the implementation of cognitive language testing? All right. So in order to answer the second research question, which is there is a significant relationship, is there any significant relation between the scores in oral-based pre-test and post-test of undergraduate communicative competence in tourism English before and after the implementation of cognitive language testing? The researcher took information of the out of the course that course textbook to assess students' oral English proficiency. So the researcher, once again, the researcher took information out of the course textbook to assess students' oral proficiency, English proficiency. Okay, let's move on to the third research question. The researcher designed the questionnaire to explain students' perception in order to address the research question number 3, which is how do students perceive their development of communicative competence in a communicative language testing tourism English course, right? And to address the discuss question 3, focus group interviews are also used. We use focus group discussion also. We had focus group discussion. Now, quantitative data like tests and questionnaires was analyzed through descriptive analysis and the pair sample t-test. So in order to analyze the quantitative data, that means this pre-test, post-test, and we used descriptive analysis, that means medium, mode, and average, all the things, and the pair sample t-test. The mean difference between the pre-test and post-test was then determined, and the pair samples t-test was used to determine whether it was statistically significant from 0 or not. So let's move on to the next one. To translate participant inner thoughts into concrete research findings, qualitative methods are used. That means we used focus group discussion to get concrete inner meaning, right? To get inner thoughts into concrete research findings. Okay, so participants' paper-based protest showed significant improvements over their pretest. I'm talking about the results or findings. The participants' paper-based protest post-test showed significant improvements over the pretest when compared using descriptive statistics and pair sample test, pair samples t-test. So this demonstrates that communicate language testing contribute to their learning outcomes in communicative competence of tourism English. From the pretest, that means mean and standard deviation, to the protest, the mean score is oral-based test also increased. So we'll talk about the first research question. Yes, the significant improvements we see, and we talk about this oral-based one. We also see significant increase, right? This suggested that with the introduction of communicative language testing, students' communicative ability improved. All right, and let's move on to the next slide. Concerning students' perception, that means when we talk about try to figure out or try to understand the perception about this communicative language testing. So that is means it relates to the research question number 3, right? Students claim to be better able to maintain English communication after receiving communicative language testing instruction, and it shows their influence on it. So in the focus group, in the 4-session focus group, we had 4-session focus group, 18 participants' perception of their communication ability. So there was a group A, top 20, group B, bottom 20, group C, rose to the most, group D, decrease the least. Reveal the similarities and differences. All right, so what are the results we have so far? We can summarize that. After receiving communicative language testing, training for one semester, they are aware of their linguistic improvement. I mean the students, professionals, those who are doing major in tourism English, including their increased vocabulary, understanding the tourism English grammar. And then based on the students' findings, the participants in the research generally concur that communicative language testing helps them acquire tourism English. Right. What are the pedagogical implications? Researchers and educators working in the field of teaching English to speakers of other languages might learn more from this study about how to use communicative language testing to assist students to become proficient communicators of English for tourism and leisure purposes. And the last one, by examining both quantitative and qualitative data, this study aimed to provide both objective learning outcomes through evaluation and subjective opinions from students' point of view. That is all about my presentation. Thank you very, very much. I'm privileged to get an honor to talk to you, such a very attentive audience. And okay, that's all about me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive presentation. Please give applause for Professor Kamrul Hassan. Actually, we have a clear explanation about CLT, which is Communication Language Teaching, and we are heading to the second presentation. We have here Dr. Pradana Boy Zulian MA. Good afternoon, Pak Boy. Alhamdulillah. So this session, at the second session, will be delivered by Dr. Pradana Boy on philosophical debate on Islamic character education. And before that, I will read his short curriculum vitae. Dr. Pradana Boy is the Deputy Dean for Academic and Research Affairs of the Faculty of Islamic Studies at the University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. He is also the founding director at Baitul Hikmah Foundation at Malang since 2014, Doctor. Okay. And he is also a former special staff, so we can say staff sus or staff khusus of the President of the Republic of Indonesia for International Religious Affairs for 2 years, since 2018 until 2019. In terms of education background, he got his master's from the Australian National University, ANU, Australia, in the field of Islamic thought and contemporary Islamic movements, 2007, and his doctoral program from the National University of Singapore and US 2015 on the sociology of Islamic law. He has many international activities as a member of the Global Exchange on Religion on Society in Uni Europa. And regarding his works, and he has so many, perhaps more than hundreds, and masterpieces were published around the globe. One of them is Fatwa in Indonesia, an analysis of dominant legal ideas of fatwa making agencies in the post-New Order period, which published at Amsterdam University Press by 2018. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give warm welcome for Dr. Pradana Boy Zulian MA. The floor is yours. Okay.
Thank you very much to Pak Farudin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, I would like to offer my warm gratitude to organizer for having me here in this very important conference regarding education. We have talked many elements, many dimensions of education, from philosophical to technical thing. But I'm sure that you have been very tired for listening long parade of serious sermon, yeah, long way this morning. Unfortunately, my topic will also very serious, so I apologize for giving you more burden before lunch to digest something serious about philosophy. But rather, I would like to start my presentation, very short presentation today, by presenting a story. Could you please move to next slide? It's a story about a caliph with a shepherd. So this story about Caliph Omar, the second caliph in the history of Islam, we know that he is a kind of caliph who liked to roam everywhere. So one day, Caliph Umar roamed to the outskirts of the Medina, and in the field, he met to a young boy shepherd with so many lambs, so many sheep, goats there. And then Omar involved in a conversation with the young boy shepherd. He asked the shepherd, how many sheep do you have here? And then the boy replied, excuse me, sir, I don't know. I never count. And it is not mine. So if it is not yours, so belong to who these all sheep? And he said, this belong to my master. Does your master know how many sheep do you have? And he said, don't mention my master, even I who always here every day, I don't know. And my master, of course, he doesn't know how many sheep that we have. If so, could you sell one sheep to me, and I will give you money for you, and never report that you already sold this sheep to me. And then the shepherd replied, yeah, okay, nobody know. But where is Allah? And he also said that Allah is all-seeing, and nobody will be left from our surveillance. So this story about Caliph Umar and a shepherd, to me, marks an important point about character education. So to the next slide, my presentation will be something like this. I would like introduction, and then I would like to talk about theoretical foundation and how debate is going on philosophical level of Islamic thought regarding character education. And the next one will be how we contextualize, next slide please, how we contextualize character education to our situation today in contemporary society, not only in Indonesia but also globally. And then conclusion. Okay, so to the introduction section, next please. I would like to next then. I would like to present you with two facts, yeah? So there are two striking facts of today's world, namely unprecedented rapid change in all walks of life and multi-dimensional crisis. With regard to the former facts, presently a human being lives in a new situation popularly known as cyber-physical systems. This term marks the advancement of technology which brought human into a blend of physical and cyber presence. Okay, can you? Okay, just present all. Okay. Although they are different in nature, both actually exist. And one consequence of this change is the confusion of real fact and constructed fact. The disarray of truth and the perceived truth. People live in a post-truth situation where truth is defined by the clicks of internet and not by realities. And we know that all fields of life are profoundly affected by this revolutionary change. From communication to transportation, from social interaction to education, and also for farming to trade, etc., etc. In all those fields, people are evidently experiencing and not only witnessing changing nature. And the second fact related to global multidimensional crisis from day to day become more alarming. The crises have touched so many fields of life, such as health, climate, environment, economy, politics, technology, food, and education. If you come to Malang expecting that you will be have cold and very cold weather, unfortunately, today Malang is very hot. So this part of climate change, the part of global multi-dimensional crisis. And fundamentally, all these crises root in one crisis, I would say like that, namely crisis of ethics. But asserting that we are now in the state of ethical crisis might be controversial, as some people might agree to this hypothesis, but others might stand on different position. However, by presenting these two striking facts, my objective is to offer a thesis that both aforementioned facts are intertwiningly related and can lead to a question on the urgency of character education. And we know that rapid change brought by technology revolution have also brought problems to the application of ethics on the one hand, and that those multi-dimensional crises today's world is confronting is caused by the crisis of ethics. Okay, can you move to the next slide? Okay, so as this slide shows, that the crisis of ethics can cause many things. And one dimension of ethical crisis we can also find in our situation, namely the crisis of ethic application in education. Maybe this is something that we need to pay more attention. Okay, the next one. The crisis of ethics in education is referring to a range of ethical challenges and dilemmas that can arise within the field of education. This challenge can affect students, teachers, administrators, and also educational institutions as a whole. Okay, next slide. Some of the key aspects and issues associated with the crisis of ethics in education is something like this. The first one is academic integrity. As this early morning we have listened about AI in intervention to academic context. So question about academic integrity is also something very alarming in our situation today. The second would be educational equality. More and more elite educational institutions established, and this can also produce some kind of economic disparity between students. So economic class also define or determine the kind of educational service that our society can get or can access. The third one would be teachers and students ethics. Maybe you experience today as teachers, as lecturers, as professors, how do our students contact us through messages? Maybe we feel that this is very different to our context some years ago. So this kind of phenomenon, can we refer it to teachers and student ethics problem in our educational institution? Then we have also school climate and bullying. Yeah, we can see from so many news and so many media reports how students are becoming very vulnerable for bullying by their fellow students. And yeah, this is very, very alarming as well. And also educational policy and decision making is also one field that we can see ethical crisis within educational context. The last one would be conflict of interest, because in institution like education, within the context of educational institution, we also can see some conflict of interest, be it political, economics, or maybe even ideological conflict of interest. So, addressing the crisis of ethic education requires the collective efforts of educators, policymakers, parents, and students. Okay, the next slide. Then, how do we understand next what actually character education, if then? So we can see that it's very urgent to talk about character education. knowing that our situation today is something like that, related to revolution, related to the shifting application of ethic within the whole context of society. So I think we have no doubt to say that character education is now becoming more and more relevant. So character education is basically a comprehensive approach to fostering positive moral and ethical development in individuals, particularly in educational settings. It is a process that aims to instill and cultivate essential values, traits, and virtues that contribute to good character and responsible citizenship. Character education goes beyond academic instruction and focus on the development of qualities such as honesty, respect, integrity, empathy, compassion, responsibility, and fairness. Okay, then there is one question. So if we agree that character education is very important and relevant to all situations of human society, then one question is, where can we derive the ethics to be taught to our students? So can religion be source of ethic? In this case, I identify there are two views regarding the source of ethic. The first one says that religion can be seen as the ultimate source of ethic. I would say this as a divine view. Divine view sees religion as source of ethic as it has been so far for many people and societies throughout human history. And the other one is non-divine view. Although we see religion is important as a source of ethic, but it is not. It is important to note as well that religion is not an exclusive source of ethic and morality. Human beings also develop ethic based on non-religious sources, which form non-divine origin of ethics. So, okay. Then we can also ask, if we talk about education and we base ethic from religion or religious sources, so the question would be, do you think religion can improve human character? I think this is a complex and very contentious question. But while there are compelling arguments in favor of the positive impact of religion on character development, there are also valid criticism and challenge to consider. It is essential to recognize that the influence of religion on human character is not uniform and can vary greatly depending on individual beliefs, religious tradition, and the interpretation of religious teaching. Okay, so unfortunately, I ran out my times, but I would like to show that actually what I want to do is to present you three major thinkers from three Muslim majority countries, which are Indonesia, Malaysia, and Pakistan. I would like to present actually three thinkers from Indonesia. I present the late Professor Ahmad Shafi'i Ma'arif, and for the context of Malaysia, I present Nakib Alatas, still live, and the last from Pakistan, I want to present how Muhammad Iqbal, a leading poet and thinker, present their thought about education, character education. Of course, we don't have time to cover all these individual thinkers very comprehensively, but my point is, within these three majority Muslim countries, emerge important thinkers who emphasize the importance of character education. For example, Buya Ahmad Shafi'i Ma'arif, as a profound example from our Muhammadiyah context, Professor Ahmad Shafi'i Ma'arif not only also talk about how character can be developed throughout the education or the ethic education of ethic, but also he himself gave some example on exemplary action, how to develop or how to apply ethic within our respective context. And also Professor Nakib Alatas, Muhammad Iqbal, as a thinker, talk about how Islamic education actually designed to strengthen human character based on Quranic principles. Actually, I also state some, quote some Quranic principle, but it's very long. This example, this is example how within our context of 3 majority Muslim countries, education, character education has been an important subject being emphasized by our thinker. Okay, the last one, I want to go to last. I just want to stop my presentation okay, next until the quote. Because
sorry,
I have,
Pak Boy.
Yeah,
you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, so 3 minutes. I would like, okay, just skip this all, and you can go to the last one, conclusion, and also some part of quotation. Yeah, okay. This is Quranic principle. You can skip it. This is what I have talked before, and yeah, skip it. Yeah, we can. Okay, I just want to go to the conclusion. Yeah, to the conclusion part. Yeah, conclusion part. Yeah, so what we can conclude is that by this presentation that we have something to offer about character education is something that required in our contemporary society, yeah, and that we cannot ignore the importance of character education, whether we believe the ethic is derived from religion or from other sources. But I can see that both versions would stand on one position on the importance of ethic within human life situation. Okay, I'd like to stop by quoting some this. You can go. Okay, this is my own words about the ethics. The lowest level of virtuous ethic is being grateful to those who offer you virtue, no matter how small it was. This is coming from experience, practical experience. The second one would be, okay, next slide. The highest level of virtuous ethic is being kind to those who treated you badly, no matter how big the iniquity it was. Okay, and then next is I quote from Hasan al-Basri. He talked about the relationship between knowledge and ethics. But in this case, he talked about charisma. So the charisma of a learned people can be seen from hand, eyes, etc. This means the expression of how they express their daily life. And the last one is from, okay, the last one from John Dewey, a very popular education philosopher. Okay, this all what I can present you. Thank you very much for having me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give applause to Dr. Pradana Boy Julian MA for the powerful presentation. Actually, we are so sorry, Doctor, for the limited time. So I will highlight the sort of overview from the Dr. Pradana speech. He offers a comprehensive overview of the philosophical discourse surrounding character education in Islam, providing valuable insights into the evolving educational landscape within the Islamic tradition, while highlighting the enduring relevance of the ethical and moral development in the contemporary society. Okay, well, we are heading to the next session to question and answer, Q&A. So we have only 10 to 15 minutes, and I will open for 3 participants who will ask. Please raise your hand, and the microphone will comes to you. 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, only 2? Or perhaps from online participant? Oh, only 2? Okay. One here, 1, 2, and behind 3. Okay, please deliver your question. Please mention your name and affiliation and to whom your question will be directed. Thank you.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, this one really interesting to discuss about character education. This one really, we should have it, especially in this era here. Well, I'm Hartiningsih from UMM. My question here related to Pak Pradama Boy. Well, I do agree that this one it could be a must for us, try to teach and also not to teach but to apply character education. In fact, it's not simple thing. Well, you have mentioned Pak Pradama Boy, it could be that we should do something, it could be good one. If someone do something a worse one for us, we should still respect it, right? That's for religious side. I do agree about that. But for the student here, Pak Pradama Boy, could you please tell us the simple one? How to apply, not theoretically, because everybody knows the lesson from English, the lesson from Quran, everything should be this one, but some people only know this one. How to apply the simple one, how to make good be character building here can be done to the earth. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Dr. Pradana will answer immediately. Oh, we listen for the second. Okay, the second question. And the third, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm Firza. I'm a student of English Language and Education at UMM. My question is related to Prof. Kamrul's presentation. A student in speaking class, sometimes students felt reluctant to speak during the class. In terms of helping students to overcome reluctance to speak in a speaking class, in your experience, how did you solve this problem? Thank you.
Okay, so can you say once again the question, please? I will appreciate if you could say the question once again, please.
Okay. Did the question clear for you, Dr. Kamrul?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Can you repeat the question once again?
Okay.
Sorry, come again.
Repeat again.
In your experience, how do you solve students that felt reluctant to speak during speaking class? Thank you.
Okay, so that's a very good question actually. How can we reach and to improve their speaking, because they're shy, they're reluctant to speak, right? That is a question.
That's your question? The difficulty during speaking class.
Yes.
So how to solve it, right?
Yes, that's
okay,
right.
that's the question,
Alright.
Professor.
Okay,
Okay, we will listen for the third question.
Okay.
Well, my name is Jannatu Holdi Al-Hafizi. I'm a student exchange from Hamzanwadi University, Lombok, Nusa Tenggara Barat. Well, my question is for Dr. Kamarul Hasan. As we said that CLT is effective for English communicative for tourist professionals. So my questions is, and also as I know that one of the obstacles of CLT is the lecturer or the students sometimes are, how to say, it's difficult to for the teacher to design the class, for example, in small students, in a small class and a big class. So in your opinion, is CLT effective for both conditions? And my second question is, how do you make students' interest in speaking English, especially for the tourism students that doesn't have any interest in English? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Can I take the question, please?
Is the question clear for you, Professor Kamrul Hassan?
Yes, it's clear, yeah, absolutely clear. Yes. Can I
Okay.
take the question right now?
I think only two questions for you. I give 5 to 10
Even-
minutes for you to answer the
Right.
question.
Okay.
Okay.
So
time
even
is
the
yours,
questions, there are two questions have been asked, but their pattern is the same. So it's saying that how can I, okay, as a teacher, can improve their, help them to speak English in classes, okay? And particularly in communicative language testing, whether they are going to help these tourist students or not. Right. First thing is that, okay, so in order to make them interested, right, what I can do as a teacher is that to have, real life scenario, real life situation, right? So for tourist students, like they can have like, like some of them can have, okay, so they're going to immigration office, so they're planning to fly to another country. So they have to go to the immigration, then they have to talk to this passport office, everything. So we have a real life situation, right? So then when a real life situation, like, and after that you have this groups. So I make them some groups, like I've got 35 students of my class. So I make them group, and then I say, okay, why don't you enact that real life scenario in classes? And then they try, and they try to speak English. Okay, I give them some time to do some brainstorming, and they do some coming up with some ideas, and they then speak in classes before everybody. And on the basis of those presentation, like they get some marks and bonus marks. Like I tell them, okay, you'll get some extra bonus point, extra reward for that. So this is one way of doing it. to make them interested. And I have, as a teacher, I have to be very selective, right? Choosing the topics. I have to understand that what are the current topics actually is giving. Okay, so in terms of internet, right, we have been much revolutionized, and we are in the modern era. So I also give them some like pitfalls, the problems we are having using internet. So I also tell them, okay, why don't you do some rehearsal? Before your presentation, because we have presentation like speaking skill in the classes. So, and it carries some marks. This is one thing. And second thing, okay, I also real life drama presentation. Like, okay, this is another one aspect of helping them to speak English classes. Like drama presentation means like, okay, you have got 3 or 4 minutes or 5 or 10 minutes, like to have some theme. Okay, so I give them, okay, you will come up with your own theme. Like, in a country, maybe bullying somebody, maybe freshers ragging in the context of India and Bangladesh. So I just tell them, okay, you got this presentation, because we have got midterm exam and I've got semester final exam. So 2 times they are supposed to, present their topic. And this is the way, I make them in classes to speak and to be interested in speaking, even though they're very reluctant to speak, right? So there are 2 ways that I can come up with right now. And also, like I tell them like impromptu speech. Okay, I give them some topics like, okay, you can talk about this thing all of a sudden, and then I give them some time to think about it, and they have to speak before everybody. So then I also do have some blended learning. Okay, I give them some videos, some like online videos, and I tell them to speak And then I ask them. So this is the third thing I do in my classes. So I give them some videos. We have got some platform where I can deposit, I can upload some videos, and I tell them to go through those videos. I provide them vocabulary and even a question and answer session. Like so when they come to the classes, it's called flipped classroom. So when they come to classes, then they have to speak. And I told them, okay, make a summary of it, or whatever the idea you have. So come up with it, and then talk to your friends. And sometimes I always provide them questions. So, and sometimes out of the box, I ask the questions, and they are, they have been prompted to speak. So these are the 3 or 4 things that right now I can remember that I do practice in classes to make them speak and to feel them more interested in speaking. So even though they're reluctant to speak. And another thing is like social thing, which is may not be in our country, may be different from your country, because we have been under British regime for a long time. So in our country, English is known as a prestige language. In the sense, like somebody who can speak English can get a better jobs, and he's more respected in society. So I tell them, if you can speak English, you will get respected jobs, and also, it's a prestige language. So then they get motivated to speak English. So there are many ways to motivate them. So thank you very much for giving me opportunity to talk to my presentation related questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kamrul Hassan. Is the answer clear for you, the second and the third question? Okay, we are heading to the first question: how to apply the revelations such as Quranic exegesis for people to become down to earth. Please answer, Dr. Pradanaboy.
Thank you, Ibu Hardi, for the question. So I would say that one point that we can do to measure ourselves, being humble, is about feeling. And somebody maybe feel superior to me because less socialized. So I would say that socialization is a good thing to measure ourselves and to create awareness of who are actually we are. And socialization is also good to know other people's perspective on other thing. As for example, this is a bit theoretical, but then we can see in practical life, it is proven to be true. A Muslim Western philosopher named Ibn Tufail wrote a novel, a philosophical novel in Arabic entitled Hai Ibn Yaqdad, or maybe we can broadly translate it into the life of an awareness kid. This novel tells us about a baby raised by a deer, and then upon when he was becoming adult, then he think about many things. Then when he socialized to more civilized world, this grown man raised by a deer in the jungle don't know what to do and don't know how to behave. So this is also something like we can see from Tarzan as a movie. Then he came out from the jungle to the city, and he was surprised of knowing the civilized world. So for this context, I would say socialization is one important thing to build awareness of ourselves, because we maybe feel superior because we live in very, very small bubble, that we are maybe big in that bubble. But then when we move into bigger bubble, then we can see, oh, so many things people are greater than me. So I am nothing compared to all these people. So I would say one practical way is to broaden our social horizon, because to be more socialized will give us more opportunity to reflect about the nature of ourselves. And this will, if we think deeply, so we will be more humble, because nothing we will not be proud of ourselves if we know out there, so many people are so great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the clear answer. It is clear for you, Doctor, for the question, for the answer. Okay, it's like a reflection, right? Self-reflection for ourselves, and also we have to see the surrounding people. We have to take around, perhaps. So we need to jalan-jalan, to take around. Perhaps we have to go abroad to make a experience. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this season. So I'd like to thank to the distinguished speakers, to the Professor Dr. Kamrul Hasan, to the Dr. Pradana Boy Zulian MA for the informative and resonating presentation, and for all the participants for their active participation and contribution as well. Finally, we have to give applause to the speakers and for you all. Thank you so much. And pardon if there was a mistake from me. Finally, billahi fisabil haq fastabiqul khairat. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Kamrul Hasan. Thank you, Doctor.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Mr. Fahrudin. And before we end the session, we would like to conferring the certificate to Mr. Pradana Boy, and the certificate will be given by Ibu Dr. Sugiyarti. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Pradana Boy. Thank you very much. And the online certificate, we also would like to conferring the online certificate to Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamrul Hasan. And the next, we also would like to invite the representative from Universitas Jember, Dr. Rusdianti Wuryaningrum MPD. We would like to conferring the certificate of for our co-host Universitas Jember from Teacher Training and Education Faculty. Ibu Dr. Rusdianti, kami persilakan untuk menuju ke depan. Ya, kembali kami mengundang Ibu Dr. Sugiyarti untuk dapat memberikan sertifikatnya. May I have a round of applause one more time for Universitas Jember for being our co-host for this conference. Thank you very much. Terima kasih, Ibu. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we have our lunch break, I would like to announce some things for you. The announcements to all presenters regarding the full paper submission. To any presenters who have not submitted their full paper to EasyChair and have submitted their full paper but has not adhered to the requirements, we encourage you to upload the full paper to EasyChair based on the initial or previous submission and do not create new submission. In addition, the full paper must be uploaded in the doc or Word file, not as PDF file, and the full paper has been managed by Mendeley. The email address of the authors have been mentioned in the full paper, and the full paper has been following the template provided by the committee. We encourage you to continue the initial or previous submission starting from Monday, 9 October 2023 to Saturday, 14 October 2023. If you happen to fail to meet the previous premises, we are going to send your paper to the review process. Thank you very much. And the second announcement, I would like to announce the best paper of this conference, entitled Enhancing Professional Growth Through ICT-Supported Participatory Writing Skills in E-Learning Communities. The writers are Kaswadi, Pranoto R. Ardiansyah, and also R. Damayanti from Department of Indonesian Education, Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Surabaya, Indonesia. To all the writers or the representatives, please come to the stage. And I also would like to invite Ibu Sugiyarti, Vice Dean of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, to conferring the certificate. Kami persilakan perwakilan dari Universitas Sriwijaya Kusuma. Okay, congratulations for the best paper of this conference. Okay, thank you, Ibu. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after this we will have our lunch break, but before that, can we go to in front of the stage first? We will take a group photo together. Kami persilahkan Bapak Ibu untuk dapat menuju ke depan panggung. Kita akan berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Silakan Bapak Ibu, seluruh peserta boleh menuju ke depan panggung terlebih dahulu. Kita akan berfoto bersama. Oke, bapak-bapak boleh di atas, silakan. Apakah cukup terlihat semuanya, Mas? Oke, Bapak Ibu, kami persilakan untuk melihat ke kamera. Belum? Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu. We have several minutes for duhur prayer and also lunch break. Jadi kami persilahkan Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat beristirahat terlebih dahulu. Makan siang ada di luar ruangan ini, jadi di luar ballroom itu Bapak dan Ibu bisa langsung menikmati makan siang di sana. Dan untuk lokasi musola ada di lantai 1 dekat Sunshine Resto. Atau nanti kalau tersesat bisa juga tanya ke lobby atau petugas hotel lainnya. Dan Bapak Ibu kami persilakan untuk bisa mengecek grup WhatsApp peserta masing-masing karena di sana sudah ada pembagian untuk ruangan. Untuk meeting room 1, 2, 3, dan 4 ada di lantai bawah di first floor di meeting room. Dan untuk room 5 lokasinya adalah di ballroom ini. Terima kasih banyak Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Good luck for the presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
room 5. And then I will start the sessions for the parallel sessions now. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Bapak Ibu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome back to the second sessions of International Conference on Education 2023. So today we are going to have parallel sessions. And then this conference is held by University of Muhammadiyah Malang in the collaborations of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, and also Faculty of Islamic Studies. My name is Karisma Naidi Warnanda, and then it is a great pleasure for me to moderate Bapak Ibu for these parallel sessions. Well, Bapak Ibu, so here we are going to have the presentations from the presenters, and then now we're going to call you one by one. So when we call your name, you have chance to present your paper, and then before, have you uploaded your PPT on the G Drive link? Sudah upload G Drive linknya Bapak Ibu semuanya? Sudah, okay, Alhamdulillah. So for the first presenters, I would like to invite our first presenters. Okay, and the paper's title is Exam Cheating Detections with IP Camera with YOLOV 7 Algorithm Mode. So I would like to invite, the authors are Bapak Muhammad Fatur Rahman, Bapak Zulhalman Hanafi, Bapak Erian Putra Syakur, and then Bapak Adi Ageng Ash'ari. So, Bapak, is it your paper? Okay. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. For the first session, we would like to present our research about artificial intelligence, especially in machine learning and deep learning. And we have actually we will come to this seminar by 4 people, more researcher but for Mr. Zulhelman, Erian, and Adi did not come to here because they have to attend in the graduation ceremony. Okay, first of all, we are from Politeknik Negeri Jakarta. It's in Depok, West Java. And actually, we are not some kind of education institution. Yeah. It's a vocational institution. And I will present this research, not so talk technically, so I will present it in as simple as I can, so the audience will understand it. Okay, the research is about exam cheating detection using IP camera, and we are using YOLO, you only look once, version 7 algorithm. Okay, next. Okay, cheating in examination is usually doing by the student. Yeah. So from the traditional technique, especially we are using a supervisor for overseeing more than maybe 20 students in the class. In our campus Polytechnic, one class is only consists of 24 students, or maybe less, more. And for the supervising the examination, usually maybe use CCTV. Yeah. But CCTV is not just maybe just recording. Yeah, not they cannot detect. Yeah. Maybe a student doing something that do something to cheating, and then in this research we use IP camera. The text is not very clear, so I can. So I use we use IP camera for because they have ability to detect object, and then so they'll also have IP address, so I can install it, or we can configure it in the network. Next. This is some definition about machine learning. That machine learning is a branch of AI that focus on learning from data, namely focusing on developing systems that are able to learn independently without having to be repeatedly programmed by human. Machine learning is also required valid data as learning material during the training process before being used during testing for optimal output result. So this is a system that can learn, and then we create a model system that can detect suspicious movement during the exam, and then we provide monitoring result to the supervisory on duty. We use IP camera that is integrated with machine learning model system in it, so that the supervisor can monitor and can see the result of monitoring the implementation of the previous exam. We use data set. This is the collection of data organized to be used for specific purpose, such as training a machine learning model. So we have to provide a data set to teach machine learning, so it can be detect some suspicious movement from the student during exam. Next. Slide, please. Okay, I will explain this in as simple as I can. Yeah. So this is the research method. First, we from camera we catch image. Yeah. Especially this is a process for training the system. And then from the image that we can catch from camera, we use names background, subtraction, and then we separate with segmented object. After that, we use feature extraction. Is all about image processing. So the algorithm, the system is YOLO version 7, implemented to make labeling. That student may be doing bowing or turn around, or maybe in the table there's a smartphone or something else. And then we are doing the detection process. If work, so the the system is we can use it, but if not work, we have to repeat it until we get the precision detection. Next. Okay, this is the process auto diagram block that we have input. We use Python programming with library, and also we use Google Colab to run the machine, and then we presented the result in the web app application. Next. This is the summarization. We use a data set to train the system, and then the labeling, and student maybe turn left or turn right, and then work coding. And next. This is the result. Yeah. Just like I mentioned before, that when we develop first the system, we are not directly have a good system. Yeah. So we have to optimize. In our research, we have to optimize 4 times. So we have a system that can detect student when they bowing, when they turn left, turn right, or they maybe they take a smartphone on the table when they are doing exam. Next. This is when we want to measure the accuracy of our system. This is so that for testing we have accuracy about 84%, and the loss is less than 0.07. Next. This is also the version of a precision of the system. We use a class precision and mean average precision. Then almost, maybe we can just do a conclusion. The last slide. Next. Okay. The system that we have developed has superior accuracy. It's about 81% and averages only 1.5, and average precision is 75 and 0.4%. But this is the only technology, just like in our first in plenary hall session, that AI is only for assist human for better work and better efficiency and effectivity in working. Okay, maybe that's for my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks a lot, Bapak. So we are going to have what's that? Panel sessions. So after the presenters have presented the papers, so then we are going to continue with the other presenters. And after 5 presenters, we are going to have Q&A sessions. So thanks a lot for Bapak Fatur Rahman. Okay, you may have a seat. Please give applause, everyone. Okay, all right. And for the second presenters, let me invite Ibu Rohmatika Nur Anissa, Ibu Nur Fadini Sabila, and Ibu Sri Hartiningsih. And the paper's title is about self-regulated learning in blended learning classroom, voices of students, teachers, and parents. Okay, for Ibu Anissa, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Bu Karisma. Okay, please share the slideshow. Okay. Well, while waiting the presentation, I would like to introduce myself first. Hello, everyone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rohmatika Nur Anissa. In simple way, you can call me Ninis. Currently, I'm working in education startup, and I'm being the school supervisor, and I would like to share the good practice that already done by my school. Okay. Okay. So let's continue, maybe without the slide presentation. According to your, I think everyone is already hold the abstract, all right? The title is little bit about the self-regulated learning. It is the practice that's in a blended learning school. Okay, I would like to tell a little bit about my school. I mentioned here. Okay, maybe the first slide first. Okay, nah ini self-regulated learning in blended learning classroom. I work in an education startup, and this is a school with the blended learning classroom model. As far as I know, during the COVID-19, about several years ago, we already familiar with the blended learning classroom. And today, my school adapted this style for the non-formal school. Okay, let's continue the next slide. Okay, it is about the self-regulated learning. Maybe everyone can see on the screen that SRL is the process of the students to be independent in learning or in the study. So they can learn without demand from the parents, because as we know, parents usually have a problem to assisting the students while learning at home, study at home. They always think that I can help my children study at home, but in my school, by using the blended learning classroom, parents already assisted by learning management system. So, in the next slide, please. Selanjutnya, slide selanjutnya. Oke, belum. Oke, belum bisa. Okay. In the next slide, I already give the description about the school. It is the non-formal school, and there is activity in the classroom, the on-site classroom, but the students still need learning management system to enrich the materials and to get the report, academic report, by using the LMS. And
truly sorry for the device problem. Please kindly wait.
Okay. Okay, this is at glance the information about my school. This is conducted in a blended classroom. There is as I mentioned, there is an on-site classroom, but the students and also the teachers still need use learning management system to give a feedback while after school, or giving the enrichment materials, and also the students and parents are possible to see the academic report during the semester. So every week the the teacher will give the feedback about all the activity of the students in a whole week, and then by the end of the semester the students and also parents can download the academic report. Okay, and the form of this school is the community learning activity, or maybe some of you familiar with the PKBM. This is the non-formal school. So the students after finish the study in the school, they will get ijazahnya, ijazah paket gitu. Jadi ada penyetaraan. Okay, so next slide, please. This is the research method to conduct this study. The first, I do interview with the parents, with the teacher, and also the students itself. And the interesting thing in this study is the teacher is not graduate from the faculty of teacher training. The teacher graduate from non-educational educational faculty, but they already trained for the internal certification from the school. And after I got the transcript, I do the thematic analysis. I ensure to make the reader, I ensure I already familiar with the topic that I already interviewed, and the last is I use the trustworthiness. Since it is the qualitative research, so I have to confirm to the participants to make to ensure all the data that I provided is valid. Next. Okay, this is the research result. There is 3 points after I do the thematic analysis. The first is teacher's point of view on SRL in her teaching method. Since this school are not demand the teacher to create the lesson plan itself, so teacher already collaborate with the learning designer to create the lesson plan. It makes the teacher have more time to ensure all the activity and the materials in the classroom delivered well. So And the next is parents' perspective in blended learning classroom model. According to the data from the parents, the parents think that the students already have the shifting model in study. They don't need to ask the student to learn because of there is a blended learning. The students already out to pilot to study. And the last is students' enjoyment in in completing the materials, because the student is not only learn in the classroom, they also learn through the LMS. They meet many fun activity on LMS. Okay, next in the conclusion, last slide please. Okay. Besides, the blended learning school model is not popular today. It's not popular today because the pandemic is already past. The idea of using LMS and ask the parents to joining the process of the study of the children, it will bring the positive impact. According to the finding, this study, SRL habit can be created if parents and also the teacher can build good communication and can work together. And for the further research, might be if everyone, maybe some of you in this room wants to conduct the research, the teacher, I want to know about the teacher. I want to know the perspective of the teacher if they are from the faculty of teacher training, because as I mentioned in the first, the teacher is from non-educational background. So the teacher met many challenges, but I just want to recommend you, if you want to do the research, just go to the teacher with the educational education. Okay, that's all from my. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What a nice presentations. Thank you, Ibu Ninis, for presenting the paper wonderfully. All right, so for next, we are going to invite our next presenters. So, ladies and gentlemen, we already have two presenters that have been presented the papers, and now we are going to invite Bapak Pascal Muama and Bapak Mahmud Nasser. Okay, and the paper is about Internet Things, psychological impact on knowledge acquisitions for a supervised learning based on natural language processing and virtual reality. Okay, seems not here. Okay, maybe we're going to continue with the next paper. The title of the paper is Advancing Academic Writing Using E-Learning, a Systematic Literature Review by Ibu Sugiyarti and Ibu Arti Prihatini. So I would like to invite Ibu Arti.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Arti Prihatini, and with Ibu Sugiyarti present our paper with the title Advancing E-Learning in Academic Writing, a Systematic Literature Review. Presentasinya, okay. About this paper. sorry. Okay, let me continue about our paper about academic writing. Based on our research, we have conducted a systematic literature review to review several papers on that Scopus Index. So in this paper, we collecting the paper and then we analyze about the theme and then about the result and about the use of e-learning in academic writing. This is our paper, Advancing Academic Writing Using E-Learning, a Systematic Literature Review. Maybe the next slide. About the introduction of this paper, academic writing is very important in language learning because language learning need to enhance communicative skill of the students. I think the communicative skill in university student need to enhance logically, critically, and scientifically because university students as adult learners need to write papers, especially scientific papers. So e-learning offers a self-directed learning to enhance academic writing skill. Thus, in order to foster academic writing skills, it's important to use e-learning as in this digital era because academic writing with e-learning can enhance self-regulated learning to learn how to communicate in writing, especially in scientific context. Therefore, this study is aimed to conduct systematic literature review about advancing academic writing using e-learning. Next slide, please. The research methods of this research, we conducted systematic literature review based on Prisma-P, the list. We conducted this list to select papers and then to analyze and interpret the papers about academic writing using e-learning. This study review Scopus Index paper from 2013 to 2020, and then we found 296 publications about academic writing using e-learning. And we use inclusion and exclusion criteria. Based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria, we only found 15 papers about academic writing using e-learning that fit with our topic. Maybe next slide. Result, we have found that from the 15 papers, academic writing is usually conducted in adult learner, especially university student. I think it's about that university student need to communicate in scientifically context. So the research maybe 80% use university student as their subject. And then the types of academic writing that is conducted are research proposal, scientific essays, journal, scientific article, thesis, and dissertation. About the platform, there are two kinds of e-learning platform that is used in the 15 papers. The first kind is existing platforms such as Moodle, Adobe, and then Google Docs. And the second kind of the e-learning platform is more innovative because there are some platforms such as EGB Write, dissertation, game, model, and then thesis writer and IQ Write program. I think it's innovative because the writing program can give feedback, and then there is a template, and then there is an example about the academic writing. Next slide. The discussion, academic writing at the university level is very important and have the most influential in academic writing in the use of e-learning. And then the e-learning platforms exhibit a diverse and innovative platforms. And then according to the research conducted, it has been found that e-learning platform can enhance self-regulated learning. I think it's enough about my presentation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give applause everyone. Okay. Thank you so much Ibu Arti Prihatini for presenting the papers. Okay, so everyone, we are going to have our 4 presenters for today. So let me invite our 4 presenters, Ibu Nur Asita. Okay, and the paper is about 2 decades of virtual learning environments research, a global overview. For Ibu Nur Asita, so the screen is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nurasita, and I want to present our paper. The title is 2 Decades of Virtual Learning Environment Research, a Global Overview. Next. The global market for virtual education study is the educational entrepreneurship ecosystem has exploded as direct result of the determination of today's student. In the era of the COVID-19 pandemic, many students shift their study to the convention of the virtual platform. Virtual learning environment are online platforms that facilitate student instructor communication, student-to-student collaboration, and utilization of the state-of-the-art information and communication technology in the classroom. There has been significant investment in the learning technology sector because of the potential benefit of the virtual learning environment at the institutional, teacher, and student level. Next. Past study on virtual education primarily focused on the analyzing the degree of the country infrastructure. There have been some study on online education, yet many questions remain unanswered. The virtual learning environment, global institution, temporal and topical landscape have not been the subject of many studies. Furthermore, for you study took the evaluate the link between researcher, evaluation, and keyword of the virtual learning environment. The bibliometric approach is one way to serve the global overview landscape of the research. These research provide the problem formulation for the visual mapping and the trending research and the virtual learning environment. This research aims to provide the global mapping overview the landscape and the research trend in the virtual learning environment. Next. The research used a bibliometric technique from the point of the view of the knowledge structure and the level of the analysis. The Scopus Global Database was mined for material from the 2 decades of the publication between 1997 to 2022. The Scopus database is sourced from the result publication virtual learning environment, the title, abstract, and author keyword. The following keyword combined was mined from the database find 1,941 publication. We use the following research parameters. The Scopus result metadata was revived to use the CSV dataset for the research. The next step involved the analyzing the collected data document to co-occurrence using fast viewer version 1.61.19. Next. Okay. The most successful research organization. The global publication of the topic of the virtual learning environment were discovered at the total 2,966 research institutions. According to the figure 1, the Open University from United Kingdom has published the most research associated with VLE, totaling 34 documents. Rock 1,605 individual research around the world have published virtual learning environment research. Only 6 research out the 1,605 have contributed significant more than average to literature on VLE. As the show in the table 2, 5 research has 6 publications with different institution evaluation of the virtual learning environment. Next. Annual publications show the growing field of the research in the VLE area. There has been interest in the academic journal for the future article about VLE topic worldwide. See in the figure 2, see this action. It was 1997 the study has the online classroom first appeared in the Scopus database. Besides on the number of the article public issued, research have identified 4 district trends for the virtual learning environment. Initial stage. The first one, virtual learning environment relates the article appeared. And then second one, development stage. There was the noticeable the number developed the stage document published. And the 3, maturity stage. In the general design in the international documentation was the version in the RIP old age. Grown stage, the study of the online education has entered a period of the rapid advancement. And then, as the see figure 3, 121 nations have the commit of the performing study of the virtual learning environment topic. There were 414 publications from United Kingdom. Different country propose different problem because of the unique circumstances from they face. Then, next. The research the map is conceptual literature review, the draw connection between articles based on the use realized keyword in the virtual learning environment. Using the fast viewer software for the analyzing and visualizing, 5 interact the target keyword in the target document where the minimum necessary. Each cluster needs at least 5 keywords. From a total 5,553, only 386 keywords meet the cutoff. The virtual learning environment research can be grouped in the 6 topic cluster: learning problem-based learning, education program, learning method, knowledge management, and online research. Abbreviated as APLCO, research STEM. Then, okay, this, next. The conclusion. The finding demonstrate annual interest in the prevalence of the map of visual pattern is international publication VLE different nation. The Open University and the United Kingdom produced the most research paper related to VLE. The study proposed the categorized virtual learning environment study term called APLCO research term. Besides identify the body of knowledge generated over 2 decades of global scientific publication. The originality of the study consists the application of the bibliometric strategy to the VLE. Okay. really of the study consists the appropriate biblical strategy in the VLE research by integration of the analysis of the determined structure and knowledge structure. The bibliometric analyzing of the digital classroom combine information of the Scopus and Web of Science, knowledge structure analysis, social culture, and determine level analyzing, source, and employee bibliometric virtual learning environment study. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Ibu, for presenting the wonderful papers. Okay, please give applause, everyone. Okay, thank you. And now we have come to the last, to the fifth presenters, the last presenters for the first session. So here, let me invite Ibu Ismawati Sosiashu and Ibu Rafika Raba for presenting the papers on the title Students' Perceptions of Collaborative Learning During Online Classes in EFL Classroom. For Ibu Ismawati.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Kay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, everybody. So here, I am Ismawati Sosiashu. Will be present my paper with title Student Perception of Collaborative Learning During Online Class in EFL Classroom. Please the slide show. Okay, so we start with introduction. So we know that online learning English there in pandemic era, we know that the learning English will be start with online learning, and learning the English language in online learning there need to improve with how we teach our student in the class. But we know if online learning is a really problem for student when in pandemic era. So there have learning using collaborative learning. This is the method we use to make our student in the class is maybe easy to learning in online class. And for some previous research about this paper or this journal, there have many previous research about this title. Okay, next. And then this is my research question and objective. Oh, okay. This my research question. The first is, what is EFL student perception of collaborative learning? During online class in EFL classroom. And then the second question is, what are the reason of student why they choose about their perception? And then my research objective there to analyze the perception of students who have implemented collaborative learning during online class in EFL classroom. Okay, next. And then this is the research method. The first is my research design. I use mixed method, and then the sample as for the limitation in the study of student, I use English Language Education Department in UMM, and then I take was conduct of 42 students from TEFL classroom, or especially in A class. And then the research instrument, I use questionnaire, and then the data collection, I use survey and interview, and then the data analysis, I use Google Form and manual analyzing. Okay, next, please. Okay, this is maybe the my indicator to make my statement. So there have 10 statement, but the 8 statement I use close-ended question, and then the 2 statement and the last, I use open-ended statement. Okay, next. Yeah, this is my research result from my statement. So there have X statement in the close statement or close-ended question. There have X statement, and then the more the more we know that the strongly agree with the statement, the participant or the student more agree if collaborative learning in online class there have a benefit for student. Next. Okay, and then sorry. Yeah, and then this is my open-ended question. There in last question there are 9 question and then 10 question. Online collaborative learning give me many advantage in learning English, and the responses there have 37 out of 42 participants. Their answer yes with some reason, and then for the 10th statement, online collaborative learning bring disadvantage in learning English. There have 8 out of 40 participants answer yes with their reason. Like for the reason first, collaborative learning in online class, there have lack of connection and miscommunication with teammate or lack of responsibility. Okay, next. Oh yeah, and then this is the discussion. Based on the result of the data and responses made during interview, it has been show that students tend to give positive perception related to the collaborative learning method during online class. This is explained through the dominant data that students provide a positive response to each statement, and this can be said for several reasons. First, collaborative online learning train the social learning community, and then the second, collaborative online learning helps in providing benefit in psychological and academic aspect, and then the last, collaborative online learning simplifies and accelerate the completion of tasks in groups. Next. Yeah, this is the conclusion. Students in ICEdu classroom show positive perception to their collaborative learning, give their benefit, and then we know that overall percentage value of agree there have 502%, when most participants there have agree if collaborative learning have a positive or benefit for their in online collaborative learning during online class. Okay, this is my last presentation or last slide. So thank you for the attendance. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks a lot, Mbak. Because you're still young, so I call you Mbak for presenting the papers. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, as I told you that we will have Q&A sessions after the 5 presenters. So if you would like to ask some questions to the presenters, you may raise your hand. Anyone? No? All right, so no questions? Okay, so I will continue to the next presenters, yeah? For Mr. From Mr. Marekon, can you join the presentations now from the Zoom? Mr. Marekon Fire? Oh, okay, so maybe we are going to skip, yeah? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let me invite our next presenters. The paper is about adaptive learning management system for programming papers. So for Ibona Panto and also Larmi Felis Kuzo, would you like to present the presentations? Mrs. Ibona, are you ready to present? Okay, you can start screen sharing from your device, and then you may start the presentations. All right. Okay, you have trouble with your device, or maybe you want to present later after you have fixed the device? Okay, so let us continue with the other presenters, yeah? All right. Okay, well, because Mrs. Ibona still have problem with the device, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue our presentations. So let me invite our next presenters under title Enhancing Professional Growth Through ICT Supported Participatory Writing Skills in E-Learning Communities. So let me invite, Ibu Lucy. Okay, Ibu Lucy. Okay, please, Ibu Lucy.
Sorry, I will present with sitting because I am not struggle like all of the presenters. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a warm greeting to each of you. It is a distinct honor for me to present a topic that holds profound significance: enhancing professional growth through ICT-supported participatory writing skills in e-learning communities. In professional development, the infusion of information and communication technology, or ICT, into e-learning has emerged as a potent catalyst for change. Our research explores the transformative impact of ICT integration and active participation within e-learning communities, with a specific focus in the enrichment of participatory writing skills. Slide 2, introduction. To embark on our exploration, let's grasp the essence of enhancing professional growth. This concept encapsulates the renewing and nurturing of professional aptitudes and career prospects through active engagement in writing. It sharpens vital skills as effective communication and knowledge dissemination. In the contemporary digital era, the integration of ICT into education transcends the mere enhancement of writing skills. It elevates written communication to a foundational skill in the academic environment. In participatory writing skills, encapsulates the art of collaborating effectively on written content with a group involving active contribution, communication, and coordination. I invite you to delve further into the intricate domain of enhanced professional growth through ICT-supported participatory writing skill in learning communities. Slide 3. The purpose of the study, we divide into 3: elevating participatory writing skills in online learning environment, resulting in advanced writing proficiency within an ICT-supported e-learning context. Assessing the pivotal role of ICT in nurturing writing skills, enhancing interaction and collaboration in e-learning, and now harking its positive impact on the comprehension and application of learning concept. collecting invaluable insights, including measurement improvement in writing skills and comprehension of learning materials in e-learning, evaluating the extent of professional development following engagement in e-learning program, and identifying factors that either bolster or hinder the use of e-learning as tool for a professional development. Slide 4. Let's visualize the nucleus of our studies through the conceptual framework of e-learning community participation in writing skill for professional development. The framework fosters two-way reciprocal communication among the students, cultivating symbiotic relationship to achieve learning objectives. It encompasses the completion of assignment, the criticism of artifact, assessment of comprehension, encouragement of self-reflection, and the nurturing of essential critical thinking. Technology evolution process in here, we divide into the comprehension process of evaluating technology, spanning step 1 until step 5. This process allows us to gain a deep understanding of the functional requirement and capabilities of technology, while considering potential conflict that may arise from its adoption of rejection. Research method. Our research methodology is both robust, now we continue to slide, multifaceted in the data collection phase. We conducted semi-structured interview to explore the perspective within e-learning communicating regarding the role of ICT, enhancing writing skills. Summative assessment facilitate the analysis of interview data, unveiling pattern, themes, and trend. Leading technology aspect involve integrating various tools such as e-learning platform, collaborative word processing software, blog, wiki platform, and interactive content development software into the process of developing writing skill with e-learning. Research result. Oh, just a minute, just still research result. We have 3 enhancing writing skill in domain of technology-enabled learning. The last, furthermore, I finding over available insight into optimizing educational strategies for continuous professional development. We continue to discussion. In discussion, we have 3 in here, the benefit of ICT, successful implementation strategies, challenges and solution means that underscoring the significance of training, technical support, and the integration of technology into the curriculum. Slide 9, implication for the future. So we can, we can say that IT in technology with cloud computing or computation, we have many in here, just adapt it. Finding, our finding underscored the improvement of effective writing skills. We continue just finding online platform form. The last is the concept of work integration means that emerge as a pivotal factor enhancing writing skills, professional development, and job performance, aligning with the practical demands of the job. We continue, slide 11, gap research. So my novelty in here is the diversity of ICT platforms used in learning to develop participatory skills in creative writing professionally. That all, this is my presentation that I have conveyed. If there are any shortcoming, please provide suggestion and input. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give applause everyone. Okay, thank you Ibu Lucy for presenting the wonderful papers. Okay, and for next we are going to have the presentations of Ibu Menur Eva Fatmawati, and then the paper's title is Conceptual Understanding and Student Learning Independence Using Web Course Assisted Learning. For Ibu Menur Eva Fatmawati, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nur Eva Fatmawati and I am from University of Muhammadiyah Malang. I will present my research paper that will conclude with my Professor Dr. Dwi Priya Utomo MPD and Miss Siti Khairuli Umah MPD. The title of my research could be seen at this slide. Next. First of all, 21st century mathematics learning was focused on learning technology. The effective learning to improve conceptual understanding and require students to be independent. Based on the previous research, could be seen that in 21st century mathematics, learning requires students to master information. Using technology wisely, understand the concept of mathematics and being independent. Furthermore, learning technology could be as learning media, learning tools, learning book, and learning evaluation. Online learning has become a trend after Indonesia was eased by the COVID pandemic. In fact, until now, several schools and universities still use online learning. The use of online learning can be done in the form of learning management system and web-based learning. All forms of online learning provide conceptual information about the material being taught along with a post-test to evaluate learning. However, online learning is less effective because some areas do not yet have a stable internet network. Therefore, this research use a web course that can be accessed offline to read the material so that it can be used as a learning assistance. Next. The research method used is descriptive with a mixed approach using a quantitative data as primary data and qualitative data as secondary data, which is used to explain the results of the statistical test used. The research design used a quasi-experiment method with a non-equivalent pretest post-test control group design. Furthermore, the population and sample this is research are students at Junior High School 1 Kalipare Malang. Sample the obtained using a pervasive sampling technique based on class activity, a good collaboration, and the available of stable device and network for students. A web course is said to be effective if three things are seen of the slide. Data text use tests and questionnaires. Then the data is tested using different tests, namely the pirate sample t-test, which must meet requirement for normal and homogeneous distribution. The three things to effectiveness in mathematics learning using web course include post-test in questionnaire are significant difference. The end-gain result of the experimental class in higher than the control class and result of the different learning independence questionnaire. The test shown that three difference and the average of the experimental class was higher than the control class. Next. Based on the results of statistical tests, and it can be seen the experimental class has been normal, homogeneous pre-test result, and there are no significant difference compared to the control class. In the post-test, significant difference were seen between the experimental class and the control class. The questionnaire to measure learning independence show that the data is normally distributed homogeneous and there are significant difference between the experimental class and the control class. Next. Understanding of concept in the control and experimental class in the said to have no difference in pretest result because they have the same average. However, the post-test results shown that there is significant difference between the control class and the experimental class. That means that the learning use web course media has an influence on student understanding of concept. The learning independent of both class, so the same average score between the control class and the experimental class before being give treatment. However, after implementing the web course, there were difference in the questionnaire request has shown by the end-gain score in the experimental class being higher in the control class. So that the web course inside to be able to increase students' independence in learning mathematics. The implementation of the course result in a significant difference between the control class, which use PowerPoint, and the experimental class. Next. Web course assists learning at Junior High School 1 Kalipare on set material of effectively apply to understanding concept and student learning independence, where is seen based on the pre-test, post-test, and questionnaire scores. The result of the pre-test, post-test, and questionnaire in the experimental class and control class are 0.129, 0.002, and 0.050, which are less than 0.05. It means H1 except where there are difference in the result of the post-test and response questionnaire after using the web course media. This is my presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Menur, for presenting the papers. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to continue the presentations with our online presenters. And for first, let me invite Bapak Singgi Bektiarso or Bapak Iwan Wicaksono. And then the paper is the effect of the principles leadership on the organizational citizenship behavior or OCB of elementary school teachers. Pak Iwan, are you ready? Okay.
Okay, thanks for your information. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For your coming for my presentation. It's great to see you all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Iwan Wicaksono and I'm from the University of Jember. My presentation consists of the following part and entitled The effect of the principal leadership on the organization citizenship behavior or OCD of elementary school teachers. And this background the first quality of education and learning process, principal, teacher, and infrastructure. And second, human resource organizational behavior factor is the principal, leadership, teacher organizational citizenship behavior, and behavior. And the next page, research progress, testing and analyze the effect of principal leadership on elementary school teacher organizational citizenship behavior. And this is my important about literature review. And the first, principal leadership is the ability of the school principal to control, manage, organize, and influence teacher and education staff to carry out school activities in order to achieve school organizational goals. And the second, teacher organizational citizenship behavior is the attitude and behavior of teacher who are positive and sensibly carry out work and is outside their duties and responsibilities as a teacher. And next, research conceptual framework, principal leadership and organizational citizenship behavior RCP. And the hypothesis one is there is a significant effect of principal leadership on elementary school teacher organization. And the next slide. Research question. Is there a significant effect of principal leadership on the elementary school teacher organizational citizenship? Analyze and result. The result of the principal leadership questionnaire we are processed, then the result we group into two groups, namely upper group teacher and lower group teacher. And then the second, the result of the teacher OCT questionnaire from each group we analyze using the t-test with SPSS. And then the last normally test of the teacher OCT data, the result inside 0, meaning the teacher OCT data is not normally distributed, so further testing use man-with-me test. And this is the result of man-with-me test. The conclusion, there is a significant effect of principal leadership on organizational citizenship behavior of elementary school teacher. Thanks for your attention. I think enough.
Okay, yeah. Thanks a lot, Pak Iwan Wicaksono, for presenting the papers. Please give applause, everyone. Okay. All right, so now we are going to have our online presenters again. So let me invite Ibona. Are you ready? Hello, okay. So yeah, okay. So you may start the presentations, Mrs. Ibona. Still loading. Yeah. It has seen that you started the screen sharing, but the PowerPoint still not exists.
We haven't seen your screen sharing. Okay, all right. Maybe you can share or upload your PPT on the G Drive link. Okay. Okay. Maybe you can send your PPT on the G Drive link, and then we're going to share the screen sharing for you. Oh, it's already on in the room 5? Okay. Let me find. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. Your presentation has already. Yeah, we have seen it. Okay, the adaptive learning management. Okay, Ms. Ebona, you may start the presentations. The screen is yours.
So we have concluded the title Adaptive Learning Management System for Programming Papers. So yours truly, I'm Ibona, and also with me is Dr. Larmy Filescozo and Dr. Chirel Pantaleon. So I'm from Philippines, of Cebu Institute of Technology, University, Cebu City. Next slide, please. Okay, so just a brief introduction of our local study. So AMA Computer Learning College of Ormoc is one of the computer schools in Ormoc City that provides a relevant and globally recognized information technology-based education that molds and produces future professionals and good individuals who can strive for quality and excellence in the chosen field and contribute to the nation's economic competitiveness as well. So this private school handled both senior high and college department that offers not just computer programming subjects, but also general academic subjects. And aside from professional courses, so the school also offers diploma programs where skills are highly focused for students. So whether you are senior high school, college, or under diploma programs, programming subjects are implemented. And really, we all know that computer programming is a difficult subject to learn and teach, and students as well will find it even harder if the professors are just take a traditional approach and don't take into account how they learn the best. So each student has different learning process, and even within the same educational environment, not all can learn at the same degree of proficiency. So for the current scenario of this locale, most of the teachers teaching computer programming subjects, integrating ICT into the teaching and learning process with their students. However, due to the increased teaching load and limited time for the students in school, the teachers opted to use unified instructions and materials that resulted to failure in catering the learning styles of the students. So before the teachers could give feedback to the students, they must first collect, check quizzes, assignments, and other activities by hand. So that is somehow time consuming, and that adds up to the workload. So as a teacher, if you're going to present your topic in just an hour or maybe half an hour, it's not really guaranteed that the students can easily absorb those learnings. Okay, so we have different types of learners as well. We have this example auditory, wherein those learners learn better when presented with the material in an auditory format such as in the classroom lecture. Then for practical, that is the student can learn real world situation or practical applications just to fully understand the new notion. Next slide, please. So one of the creative teaching methods and technology developed nowadays just to address this issue is to have this adaptive learning. So adaptive learning is an assistive platform that enables the teacher to plan a practical, personalized teaching experience for every student and build customized resources and activities that is to address each student's unique learning needs. So this delivers a personalized learning experience that helps students achieve better results and reach their potential. So it is in the intent for the researcher to design and implement adaptive learning for Java programming subjects specifically to overcome the challenges that instructors and students experience in the current teaching and learning approach. So according to Aninji Patri, Yuana and Puspanda, adaptive learning is an educational methodology that employs computers as interactive teaching devices. And according to Munoz and Company, adaptive learning, so already mentioned at the top, that is building resources and activities for students. Okay, next slide, please. So as what you can see, this figure is the schematic diagram of the conceptual framework of the study. So this study is anchored on three major concepts: the adaptive learning, the student-centered learning, and the blended learning. So let's start with adaptive learning. Again, this is a teaching and learning methodology that employs technology to personalize students' learning experiences. And this can also improve student learning by adapting to students' interactions with a course material to foster the mastery of course material in a manner uniquely suited to each student. So for the student learning, this is the 21st century notion for establishing a new curriculum that relies on technology and to the student's ability to attain greater standards than traditional learning approaches. So this kind of pedagogy aims to bring the classroom and students to life, and the instructor would serve as a side guide, supporting and learning students in achieving the goals set forth by the students and the teacher. And finally, the blended learning, these are the activities in which students and teachers and learning resources interact in a structured combination of co-present or the face-to-face and electronically mediated interaction. So during the face-to-face instructions, instructors facilitate learning, assess the students' outcomes, and provide feedback to the students' performance. So furthermore, students can clarify their understanding of a specific topic with their instructor and even practice with their classmates. So students can have all the school-related activities and that instructors have prepared. Students can use these computer-mediated instructions to access resources, reinforce learning, collaborate, and receive the instructor's feedback immediately. So in order to achieve a significant result, next slide please, this research should be carried out using a specific method and design. But before that one, this study aims to design and assess the adaptive learning for Java programming course, and it seeks the following questions. So first, what is the distribution of the respondents according to their gender? Second, which of the following factors significantly affect the teaching and learning process of the Java programming, such as teaching methods, study methods, students' abilities and attitudes, nature of programming, and then the psychological effects.
Okay, excuse me, Ms. Iponas, your time 5 minutes more.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, then for number 3 question, so what is the respondents' level of agreement on the following features of the adaptive learning for Java programming in terms of personalized learning, collaborative tools, integrated programming tools, interactive contents, and user-friendly interface? And last question, which of the following feature of adaptive learning significantly impact the teaching and learning process in terms of personalized learning, collaborative tools, integrated programming tools, interactive contents, and user-friendly interface? So most of the questions here are, and the terms are just having a relationship. Next slide, please. So the respondents of this study, it involves the students enrolled in web application development because they are directly affected with the implementation of the new adaptive learning. So it consists of 42 students, and the researcher utilized a self-administered survey questionnaire using Google Forms to acquire the appropriate data for the study. And the questionnaires as well were formatted in the Likert scale. And in each survey, each question or statement has 5 options. And the options represent each respondent's level of agreement with a given question. And since the instrument is a proponent made, it underwent reliability and validity to test the measure to lead it information suitably. Next, please. For the validation of the survey questionnaire, content validation was done by the proponent and consultation of the English teacher and 2 practitioners were experts in using various adaptive learning platforms. Okay, so those are the results yielded and analyzed using the statistical package for the social sciences or the SPSS software. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the data analysis tool, the information gathered was tabulated and processed manually for the weighted mean, wherein WM is the weighted mean and the X is the scale value, F is the frequency or the number of repetitions, and N for the total number of population. Next, please. Okay, so since time is running, these are just the tables that we're going to show the perceptions of the effect of various factors in teaching learning. So it shows the ranges, at the same time the descriptive ratings, such as the major effect, moderate effect, neutral, and minor effect. Next, please. For this table too, this is the Likert scale for the respondents' level of agreement on the various features of adaptive learning, wherein 1 is the lowest and 5 is the highest, with the following descriptive rating: strongly agree, agree, neutral, disagree, and strongly disagree. And for the next table, this is the perception of the respondents on the effect of features in adaptive learning. So we have the ranges as well and the descriptive rating of the major effect, moderate effect, neutral, and minor effect, and no effect. Okay. Okay, so for these results, this is the table that affects the gender distribution of respondents from a total of 42 participants. Table 4, this reveals that 25 male or 60% were male, and 17 to 40% were the female. Okay, so the rest of the tables, it shows actually the results based from the answers from female students and the male students. Okay, let's just skip that one, I think, and we can just proceed with the discussion. Okay, so from until table 10. Okay, so for the for the summary of findings, there were a total of 42 participants in the study, with a 25 male and 17 female. The study revealed that male respondents believe that student abilities and attitudes significantly impact the teaching and learning process of Java programming. In contrast, female respondents believe that teaching methods and psychological effects significantly impact the teaching and learning process. And furthermore, male and female respondents strongly agree that the adaptive learning platform has various features that help them learn the essential competencies in Java programming. And the respondents believe that user-friendly interface and interactive content significantly impact the teaching and learning process. And for the conclusion, the researchers successfully designed and accessed the adaptive learning for Java programming. After careful analysis, the researcher concludes that male and female students have different perceptions regarding the factor affecting the teaching and learning process of computer programming. And furthermore, when we face the rising adversity of students in the classroom, it is crucial to consider adaptive learning and new teaching learning methodology, because it can potentially enhance the students' learning even outside of the classroom. So with the proper design and implementation, adaptive learning can cater to students' diverse and ever-changing needs, despite the review's assertions that adaptive learning would face several obstacles. Next, please. So for the recommendations, computer programming instructors should integrate adaptive learning into teaching. Okay. Computer programming subjects that cater the needs of each student based on their learning styles. And the researcher as well must provide additional training and workshops to the instructors to increase their awareness and understanding of the effective implementation and utilization of adaptive learning in their subjects. And finally, for the students should be responsible and be responsive in accomplishing all the activities provided by their teachers. Okay, so I think that's all from my end. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for Ms. Ivona for presenting the papers. Please give applause, everyone. Okay, all right. So now we are going to have our last presenter. So let me invite Mr. Marekonfire. Mr. Marekonfire, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am ready, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, the screen is yours.
Okay, I would like. So I would like to present to you the internal revenue allotment, the case of Barangay Calamba in Cebu City. So the author is yours truly, Dr. Maricon Severay, and Professor Ian Roby Gigolani. So the Local Government Code of 1991, is also known as Republic Act 7160, has significantly changed the role of and involvement of the local government units in efforts to advance national development as the smallest political units, the barangays in the Philippines, were given the total of 20% development fund on this. Like the provincial government unit, the local government unit, and the barangay, they have an internal revenue, or also known as the national cash allocation, that the government has given to the province, to the municipality, to the city, and to the barangays. Now, as in the study of Brillantes in 1998, and the era of the LGU, the local government may have increased the budget of the local government, but was major concern have risen these past years. Now it says here that the internal revenue allotment is only 14% of the total budget, where in the 1997, for example, in the studies exploring the knowledge of the implementation of the national cash allotment of the internal revenue allotment in the Barangay Calamba in Cebu City. So here's the problem, like we have the demographic profile of the respondents. The second is the level of awareness of the respondents in internal revenue allotment. Then the third one is the barangay captain is collecting internal revenue allotment and its level of implementation. The last one is the perception of the respondents on the contribution of the collected real property tax to the operation of the Barangay Calamba. So we have the frequency and the percentage distribution of the respondents by age. So we have the 18 to 25 is the 10.3%. The 26 to 35 years old is 20.7%. The 36 to 45 years old is 24.14%. And then the 45 above is 44.82%. So we have the gender distribution is about the male is 37.93%, the female is 62.07%. Then we have the frequency distribution of the civil status. I will not discuss it one by one. Then we have the educational attainment of the respondents. Then we have the respondents' monthly income. Then the percentage and the frequency. And then here is the internal revenue allotment indicators. Now the question number one is, are you aware of the internal revenue allotment funds for the barangay? So we have the respondents responded is 36, yes, and the no is 19. So we have the second question is, does the barangay chairman inform the constituents of the internal revenue allotment? Then we have the, do you agree that the internal revenue allotment funds is known to the public? Do you know how much the yearly internal revenue allocation to your barangay is? Are there project implementation out of your barangay internal revenue allotment? So it shows here that the era with the stated problem, it is suggested that the barangay must strengthen its implementation so that everyone in the community will know about the project and how the era budget has been allocated to the certain project. Lack of funds will affect the deliver some devolved basic services. Thus, the barangay officials are encouraged to initiate ways and means to generate the barangay. So we have also the indicators here that the criteria determining the amount of the era for your barangay, era shares released to your barangay. Then the question number 3 is the Sangguniang Pansud members or the influence the allocation for your internal revenue allotment. Do you consider the giving era incentives to the barangay, then the appropriation of development projects after giving the era? So we have here that the means of the barangay doesn't have an allocation for projects for several reasons and factors, most especially this new normal and after the 2 years titles of pandemic. So we have the financial administration and awareness of the people towards governmental obligation that it is to pay. So we have the indicators of the level 8 of the implementation. Do you have any development fund plan? Projects funded out of 20% fund within your barangay development plan, planned development projects actually implemented, improve the deliveries basic services in your barangay, then the 20% development fund sufficient in the implementation of the development. Now, the result on this is the office is in question decide what they want to use as long as it is detrimental to the public interests. And it is not illegal, the administration of taxes at the local government level can minimize in the long run through the strategies that the said government levels are using. The effectiveness of the strategies used in the application, the better they are, the higher. Now we have here the table number 9, the contribution, like the 1% of the real property tax based on the local school board. The real property tax augment the generated local revenue and of the municipality. The real property tax revenue is added to the fund for local development plan of the municipality. The real property tax funds education and the other services that benefit the community. The real property tax funds road and highways construction. Now here is the summary and the conclusion of this study. Now the demographic profile of the respondents, that the instrument in gathering necessary data, the participants were then selected randomly using the convenience sampling. Now the great majority of the respondents as seen were between the ages of 45%. Now the conclusion of this study, that the era shares in the barangay has accelerated the development efforts in the smallest political unit of the country. The performance of the dual functions to provide incentives that the barangays officials to perform their duties and responsibilities, and at the same time, it provides the seeds of money to development projects, and it is instrument the facilities and the materialization of the devolution at the lowest political unit. My recommendation is the responsible for expanding the community understanding of the era requirements through a serious training of sessions and seminars. It is advised that the suggestion of the barangay captains on how to handle specific issues connected to the administration of the era respected in order to provide significance to the local participants and the management of the official oath. In this context, it is recommended that the barangay personnel and authorities participants in an integrated capacity building program is funded on the justification that is barangay chief executive to be informed to the various provisions governing and implementation of the projects to be implemented. Okay, that's it for my presentation. And thank you so much for giving me a time and for considering my paper.
All right, thanks a lot, Mr. Vive, for presenting the papers. So, ladies and gentlemen, so that's the end of our sessions today, and then we've come to the closing for today's agenda. So thank you for being part of today's insightful and also engaging agenda. And then we have covered a wealth of knowledge and the privilege hearing from our presenters today. And I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished presenters whose insights have enlightened us and inspired us in many ways. And then I would also want to extend a special thanks to the committees for the generous support in making this agenda possible. Once again, thank you all for your active participations and unwavering enthusiasm. Your presence has made this agenda a resounding success. Okay, thank you everyone. See you on ICEdu 2023. Bapak Ibu, would you like to take pictures together to all of the presenters? Ya, kita foto bersama dulu ya untuk Bapak Ibu presenters hari ini. Jangan lupa membawa sertifikat dan menunjukkan sertifikat ke kita semua.
Setengah itu Bu, yang love setengah gini Bu. Iya. Karena kan tangan sebelah kan megang sertifikat. Oke, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oke. Kalau mau ganti gaya lagi.